general direction of also Greensboro. Evan's putting on some of the approximate arrival times on your screen right now, but if you are already included within this polygon, you need to be getting to your safe place. And we talk about it all the time. You know what that means? Get to the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, get that helmet on. So make sure you're getting to that safe place now, putting those tornado precautions into play. Once again, there are a couple different circulations within this warning polygon here. And these two circulations here, they're headed in the northeast direction. These will likely stay just to the south of the city of Demopolis, but if you live in Demopolis, if you have a Demopolis mailing address, your best course of action is going to be to get to that safe place right now. So Evan circling those two separate areas that we are watching here. If we can, Evan, let's go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient. We're going to try to see if we can pick up on any lofted debris from these. And when we look at the correlation coefficient, what we're looking at different areas in the atmosphere where we might have objects that aren't necessarily raindrops. Right now, very noisy. And I do have to be honest, we're looking really high up within this storm. So it's going to be hard for us to get a really clear picture of what exactly is going on at the lower levels of the atmosphere. But right now, we have two separate areas we are concerned with, two separate areas of rotation. One just to the south of Demopolis, another one headed in the general direction of Greensboro. Some of the cities that are included in this, let's talk more about some of those cities that are included within this polygon. That first area of rotation is just to the northeast of the city of Jefferson. Right now moving just south of Demopolis. It's crossing over 43 here pretty soon. It's going to be crossing over 80, right along 80. So if you live anywhere near Arcola, Allenville, Laneville, Cedarville, New Bern, Greensboro, you need to be in that safe place now. And this is just the first of what is likely to be a very active day across parts of Alabama. This is our first round of these thunderstorms. We're going to get a couple different rounds of thunderstorms today. So right now we have this circulation here where we have those bright pinks. Another circulation here very close to Cedarville. That is headed in the general direction of Greensboro here. This likely to hold just south of Demopolis. But once again, if you live in Demopolis, best course of action, go ahead and get to that safe place. You need to be at the lowest level of your home. If you're in a mobile home, can't stay there. If you are within anywhere in this polygon, you need to be in a site-built structure. You need to have that helmet on, and we will be watching these circulations very carefully. If we can go back to, there we go, awesome. Thank you so much, Evan. To that, the velocity here. Are we looking at the storm relative velocity or the base velocity?
This is the base velocity.
Okay, if we can turn it to there we go. This is going to give us a really good picture here. So this is likely to be the dominant circulation right now, very close to Old Spring Hill. That's going to be crossing over 69. Headed in the general direction of Allenville. So if you live in Allenville, you need to be in that safe place now. That circulation near Cedarville still showing some rotation, but where you see the brighter colors, this is likely to be that dominant circulation now. And of course, we are talking with the National Weather Service, and they're in agreement that this polygon is meant to encompass both of these circulations that we are watching very closely here. Let's go ahead and take another look at that correlation coefficient and see if we can see any kind of drop in CC. Like I said, though, we're looking really high up in some of these thunderstorms here, so it's going to be hard for us to get a really clear picture of what's going down at the surface. Best course of action, though, have a warning on these circulations as we are seeing really what could be the possibility of two distinct separate circulations with these thunderstorms as they are moving into southwest central Alabama. And we've got an environment today where we've got warm air in place. We've got quite a bit of cape. We've got the shear for these to tap into. So we do have the ingredients today to see severe weather. Once again, this is just the first of what could be a few different rounds of thunderstorms today. The overall setup is that along to the east of I-65, we've got just some scattered showers around west of I-65. Some of those stronger storms are beginning to move into the state. And it's these that are moving in from southeastern Mississippi that have started to show signs of rotation. And at this point, we do have this one tornado warning polygon that includes parts of Hale County stretching into Perry County. City of Demopolis included within this tornado warning polygon. This does not include any part of Tuscaloosa County, city of Tuscaloosa. You are not included in this. This is well south of you, but we're going to have to watch all of these thunderstorms carefully today. We want you weather aware. We do have a tornado watch that covers the western half of this state, lasting through 5 p.m. this evening. But of course, the focus right now are these two separate areas of circulation, one crossing just south of Demopolis right now, the second moving in the general direction of Greensboro. So these two separate circulations. This does appear to be the dominant circulation, this one that's just south of Demopolis, headed in the general direction of Allenville. Evan's doing a great job circling both of these different circulations for me here. These are moving towards the northeast. So anybody within this warning polygon, you know the drill. We talk about it all the time. You need to be lowest level of your home, as many walls between you and the outside as you can. And what you'll see here is that the National Weather Service is actually starting to trim this warning polygon back as those circulations move northeast. So if you live in the city of Jefferson, I know we were talking about you just a few minutes ago, you're okay. The storm is now past your location. That warning has been trimmed for your location. It's just from Demopolis to Old Spring Hill northeastward from there, the city of Alfalfa, Arcola, Allenville, Laneville, New Bern, Rosemary, Greensboro, Cedarville. These are all spots that still need to be in your safe place until this storm passes. I know it's likely loud outside. You've got the heavy rain, lots of thunder. Please don't go to the windows. Please don't try to go see these circulations. These are wrapped in rain. So if there is something out there, you're not going to be able to see it anyway, and it's not worth risking your life to get a video or a picture. Stay in that safe place. These are going to be moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, so it's going to be really loud and pretty windy for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then as these continue on a northeastward direction, they'll be moving out of your location. You're still going to be dealing with the rain even after these move out of here. This is just the first of what could be a fairly active day across central Alabama. So Evan, zooming us out a little bit just to give you the big picture right now. We have just a few showers along to the east of I-65, stronger thunderstorms arriving in the state west of I-65, and we are on the air right now. We are really covering up our normal ABC 3340 News at 11 broadcast because of this one tornado warning polygon that does include Hale County and Perry County. That's going to last through noon. So the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they're still watching the circulation very carefully. As soon as they feel that we are watching this circulation at least weaken or dissipate a little bit, they'll let this warning go, but they do a great job. And they have a tornado warning. They believe that there's something suspicious going on within some of these thunderstorms, and for that reason, we do have this tornado warning polygon that does cover Demopolis, the city of Greensboro. And if this holds together, it would eventually be moving into Bibb County. If these can sustain themselves, they'll likely be moving northeastward, which would put them eventually near the city of Brent if these hold together. But right now, tornado warning polygon does not include you. This is something to watch, though. If you live in Bibb County, go ahead and really start watching this storm. And we've got James Spann in the studio, and he's going to come on the screen here, and he's going to keep us going with this tornado coverage.
Yeah, we're going to swap assignments here. Evan is going to go in the field with the chaser. In fact, I have been in the field this morning. In fact, I've been up in Hamilton, did a program this morning at Hamilton Elementary School, and back here in the studio at this point. And again, we've got a chance of severe weather statewide. Understand that. Let me just say that today will be a day where the thunderstorms are messy. This will not be a day where we can often show the classic hook echoes, the classic signatures. The tornadoes will probably not last especially long if they get down. But having said that, any tornado is dangerous. So it's going to be a day just to pay close attention to the weather and keep an eye on things. And we're going to be here throughout the day and tonight. This will be a long event in that we will have multiple rounds of these storms through the afternoon, the evening, tonight, and into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. Some of the storms could linger into East Alabama toward maybe 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So again, the area of concern is located right here, and you can see this thunderstorm complex. So let's go back to our velocity, and we'll just kind of see where we stand. This polygon does include the city of Demopolis. But again, obviously the concern, it's going to be right here. So we'll take a closer look at this. The circulation center is just south of U.S. Highway 80. Coming out of Greensboro, you got Highway 69 right here, Highway 25 right here, Highway 61 right here. This is Alabama Highway 69, and again, this is the community of Galion, which is just east of Demopolis. And again, that rotation center is going to be coming right basically up on U.S. Highway 80 right now. So again, we have potential for a tornado along U.S. Highway 80 at Galion, which is right at the intersection of Highway 69, moving to the northeast. And again, you can see that Greensboro is in this polygon. So again, if you're in Hale County, now this does not include Moundville, the far northern part of Hale County. It does include Greensboro, the Talladega National Forest, and points south. And again, this is Highway 69, Highway 25, Highway 69 coming south out of Greensboro. We recommend no travel on any of these roads at this point. So again, if you're watching us in Greensboro, if you need to drive to someplace like Faunsdale or Demopolis, just sit on it and wait until we give you an all clear. We do not advise any travel down the 3 highways coming south out of Greensboro until this passes. So again, if you're just joining us here, we have a possible tornadic circulation on U.S. Highway 80 near Galion, which is east of Demopolis. The city of Demopolis is here, and I can tell you now, if you're in the city of Demopolis, we'll give you an all clear from this one instance, this one particular thunderstorm. The rotation, again, is about 7 miles east of downtown Demopolis along U.S. 80 at Galion. Again, Prairieville is technically the name of this small community. This is where Highway 69 crosses U.S. Highway 80. And again, the circulation is going to be moving northeast, and most likely it's going to keep it south of Greensboro. But again, this will be affecting places like the old Sunshine High School, the community of New Bern right here, anybody in southern Hale County. So we also want to remind you that you cannot be in a mobile home during a situation like this. You need to leave and go to a more significant shelter, a site-built structure, whether that's a community storm shelter, a restaurant, a gas station that's open. But we do not want anybody in a mobile home in a tornado warning polygon today. We had some loss of life recently north of Montgomery from a mobile home, and we don't want to have any more of that today. The object of what we do here, it's to mitigate loss of life, and that's why we stay on the air with this, and that's why we say what we say and do what we do. So again, if you're just joining us, kind of giving a reset here, it's 11:30. This tornado warning goes until 12 noon. And the warning is in effect now for parts of southern Hale County, the central and southern part of Hale County, and parts of Perry County. And again, the town of Marion is right here. That's the county seat of Perry County. And you might have some folks that go to MMI down here, Marion Military Institute, a son perhaps, but understand they are on the edge of this polygon, but you're in it. And you know the deal, respect the polygon if you're in it. So again, the city of Marion is in this. This Highway 14, that's the highway that runs from Greensboro back over to Marion. No travel on that road either. So again, a possible tornadic circulation that's located near Galion and Prairieville, which is east of Demopolis on US 80. Soon that'll be crossing over Highway 25, then Highway 61, and ultimately Alabama Highway 14. All of these roads coming south out of Greensboro. And again, if you're in the city of Demopolis, we'll give you an all clear. The circulation is well to the east of Demopolis, moving northeast. So again, Demopolis is the largest town in Marengo County, not the county seat, that's Linden, but the largest town in Marengo County, and we can give you an all clear. Shortly, we can give an all clear to U.S. Highway 80. And I want to point out, this is the only tornado warning in the whole state. Often, if we have multiple warnings, you'll see us bouncing back and forth between the different warnings. But again, at this point, we have only one tornado warning in effect for the entire state, and it's this one. And Taylor, we've heard of no damage so far.
Nothing yet. Nothing coming out yet. I've been checking some of our different platforms here. Haven't seen any damage, which is, of course, the best news so far. Sometimes it can take a little while for us to get some of those damage reports in. But obviously, with what looks to be a circulation like this, it's the course of least regret for the National Weather Service to warn on this and to continue that warning as we do have what looks to be a pretty good circulation going on here, very close to Prairieville. We had at first 2 different separate circulations. This has now become the dominant circulation. That first circulation that was a little bit to the north kind of looks like that's broadened out, and this one's taken over. And it does look like it is still maintaining its strength. There's been no change in the radar presentation of this circulation. It does still show indications that this could potentially turn tornadic if it already isn't producing something at this point near Prairieville, Allenville, headed in the general direction of New Bern. This is continuing on a northeastward motion at 45 miles per hour. We've been checking the correlation coefficient. Been hard to pick up anything from this. Maybe now we're starting to see what could be some indications that something's going on. We're getting a little bit of a spike there. But when we're looking this high up in these storms, it can be hard for us to get a really clear picture of what's going on down at the surface. But of course of least regret here, National Weather Service continues this warning for the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I've been watching a lot of sources here, a lot of social media sources, and again, we're not seeing any reports of damage, but understand this has been in a fairly sparsely populated part of the state. And again, you're seeing some video from Greensboro, but let's go back full screen. This tornado is going to stay south of Greensboro. If we do get some video from the affected areas, we'll have that for you. But again, we've got one tornadic circulation in the entire state right now, and that circulation is now north of U.S. Highway 80. So at this point, we can give an all clear for travel along U.S. 80 from Demopolis back over to Uniontown. If you need to travel on U.S. 80, that's a major east-west route through the central part of the state. The tornadic circulation is now between highways 69 and 25 in the southern part of Hale County right now. This is about 14 miles due south of downtown Greensboro. Greensboro is here, and again, we stress that if you are in places like Sawyerville, Wedgeworth, Akron, Moundville, this will not affect you. You are not in the polygon, okay? So you've had some problems in recent years with tornadoes there, but this is going to be a tornado. If it's down, it's going to take a more southerly track, passing across the southern half of Hale County to the south of Greensboro. And again, Taylor's got the approximate track on this, and maybe we can do an ETA, put some of the smaller communities in the path of this, and we'll give you some ideas of when it might arrive in your hometown. And again, Taylor's got the system moving at about 45 miles an hour. And again, you can see the old Sunshine High School in Hale County. That's about 1144. And the other communities here, you get the idea. This will move pretty quickly, moving up into parts of rural western Perry County in West Alabama. And again, the town of Marion is basically on the edge of this polygon, but technically Marion is in the polygon. That's Alabama Highway 5 right here coming south out of Brent. Brent is here. This goes down to Marion. Marion sits right here. And again, the possible tornadic circulation is here. This is a rotation detection product, an algorithm within the radar system showing that area of stronger rotation. We've noticed some broad circulations down here throughout the morning in the western part of the state. And this is where the air quality is a little better, the instability values are higher. And again, it's a highly sheared environment today, and we're going to see these kind of things. And like we talked about before, this is going to be a different kind of day. Oftentimes, we have very clear tornadic signatures on radar. We have tornadoes that might stay down for a while. We can give you 30, 40 minutes warning. I don't think it's going to be that kind of day today. I think the tornadoes will be more short-lived in nature, and the warnings could be very short-fused. I mean, you might have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes warning in some cases, and that's it. So pay really close attention today. And again, the key is we look at these polygons. When you respect the polygon, that means you're not going to be in a car and you're not going to be in a trailer. You've got to be out of those two places. You can't be there during a tornado. So if you live in a mobile home, a manufactured home, and there's a pretty dense population of manufactured housing in this region here, number one, you've got to know where you're going, and number two, you've got to have transportation to get there. So we hope that people worked that out yesterday, but you certainly need to work it out today. And again, this will not be the only tornado warning of the day. We might have several more of these this afternoon, tonight, maybe even after midnight toward the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. So this is the first, and probably a number of tornado warnings will be working here for the next 24 hours. So it's going to be a long duration type event. So real quick, I want to show a big view. Taylor, let's do kind of a reset for everybody that's watching us here. The storms in northwest Alabama are not severe. Yes, thunder, lightning, heavy rain. This was part of a line that came through West Tennessee and North Mississippi. They have been steadily weakening up and through here, and at this point, they're not severe. So again, if you're in places like Hamilton, I was there about 90 minutes ago, it's pouring rain, but there's nothing severe. Remember, the severe definition, 1-inch diameter hail or larger, or winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. And we see nothing like that up here. Even though it's raining and thunder and lightning, the weather's horrible, just no warnings in effect there. Heavy rain is falling south and west of Tuscaloosa. But you can see the one warning we have, it's this one, which is about 50 miles south of Tuscaloosa, that tornadic circulation. And let me just say that if this continues, you can see that it could come up toward the Birmingham metro. if it holds together, and that's a big if. So let's go back and take a closer look at this. Just wanted to show the big picture. East Alabama, pretty quiet right now. And again, this is the only warning really in the entire state. That's a tornado warning that is currently in effect for parts of Hale and Perry counties in West Alabama. Again, Marengo, you've been taken out of that. So that small northern part of Marengo County is out. And again, this is the tornadic indication right here, which is near, I'd say about 10 miles south of Greensboro, right down Alabama Highway 25. That circulation basically is on Alabama Highway 25. Highway 25 is here. Highway 61 is here. It's crossing 25 now. It'll be crossing Highway 61 soon, not too far from the community of New Bern. Everybody along Highway 25 and 61 south of Greensboro needs to be sheltered. If you're close to New Bern, the old Sunshine High School, any part of Hale County in that area south of Greensboro, be sheltered. And again, from there, it's going to move up into the western part of Perry County. And again, this is Highway 5. Heiberger is here. Brent is up here. This is Bibb County. Bibb County is not in a polygon right now. This is a situation where we don't think we're going to have these long track tornadoes today. Having said that, you still got to watch them. And if it holds together, ultimately it might threaten Bibb County. And certainly if you're in Centerville, Brent, West Blockton, watch this thing carefully as it moves on through parts of Hale and Perry County. So the warning for Hale and Perry is in effect until 12 noon today. It's 11:39. And again, I'm watching a lot of different sources. We have our Skywatcher group that's over on Slack, and they're really good. They've all been trained in storm spotting, and so far we've not seen any reports from them. And so far the social platforms are relatively quiet. And we're not seeing any reports there. Having said that, again, this has been going through a fairly sparsely populated part of West Alabama, so there might be some damage we don't know about at this point. So Taylor, any news from you on your end there?
I'm seeing kind of the same thing. So far, we've had fairly quiet, we haven't had much in the way of reports on social media. I'm monitoring our Slack chat as well. Worth noting, there has been an extension of the tornado watch. It includes more counties towards the east, so some of you might be getting that notification. That's going to now include Blount, Chilton, Jefferson, Lowndes, Shelby, and Autauga counties. So we're adding kind of a layer of counties to the east, which makes sense as we're starting to see some of these thunderstorms moving into West Alabama, show those signs of rotation. But I've been checking for any kind of reports, haven't gotten any damage reports yet. But this is still showing indications that it's rotating. So we're still seeing that rotation. Understandable why we do still have that tornado warning in place. And just because we're maybe telling you right now we're not seeing any kind of reports, that doesn't mean that you need to come out of your safe place. Stay in that safe place if you're in this polygon until that warning is either expired or canceled or dropped. For now, you treat this as a tornado warning, which it is. It's still looks to be moving kind of fairly slowly. It hasn't moved that much in the last few minutes. That center of circulation appears to be just to the southwest of the city of New Bern at this point. And we've been telling you over the last couple of minutes or so, this is moving towards the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This does look like it will likely stay south of the city of Greensboro, but Greensboro, you are included in that tornado warning polygon, which means you need to be still in that safe place, lowest level of your home. You need to have your helmet on, your shoes on, and you need to stay hunkered down until either this warning is canceled or this system moves past your location. We've been talking about all day too how this is likely to be the first of what could be kind of an active day across central Alabama, and it's going to come in different waves. It's not going to be just one line that moves through and then your severe threat is done. This is going to be a fairly wide window where we have some of the parameters in place to see some severe weather. And I know even on my way into work this morning, not too long ago, I could tell the sun was out. It's kind of got that feeling out there today. It's warm, it's humid. We've got instability. We've got some of the shear. And so I would not be surprised if we do happen to see more warnings throughout the day. It's just a day where we really want you weather aware in central Alabama. It's so important. You've got ways to get warnings. You let your friends and family know this could be an active weather day. And not just during the day, this could last into the evening and into the overnight hours as well. So make sure you've got those WIA alerts turned on. Make sure your weather radio is ready to go. And of course, if you know friends or family that are included in this tornado warning polygon, go ahead and give them a call right now. Let them know, hey, Are you guys aware that you're underneath a tornado warning? Make sure that they are getting to their safe place. We continue to see this warning polygon trimmed back. Now, Demopolis, you are no longer in that tornado warning. But the city of New Bern, city of Greensboro, Marion, you're still right on that edge of this tornado warning polygon. And we're seeing quite a bit of lightning. So I know if you live in southern Hale County, it's really loud. You're hearing a lot of thunder. You're hearing a lot of the rain. It's probably windy as well. Please don't go outside or don't go to the window and try to see what's going on. This is going to be wrapped in rain. So if there is a tornado out there, you will not be able to see that tornado. And it's not worth risking your life to try to get a picture or a video of this system. We can deal with that later once this system has moved out of your location. That's when you can go check on things. For now, under that tornado warning polygon, please do not go to the windows. Don't try to go look outside. Don't try to go see what is going on.
Let's put the tornado watch up, Taylor, real quick. I wanted to show the expanded watch. The Weather Service in Birmingham has added some counties to the list here. If you guys can pop me in the key wall here. Thank you. Social science studies say that people read our body language and our eyes. Trust me, I don't want to be on camera, but we think it's an important part of the communication process. So again, you can see we now have the tornado watch for the counties in yellow, and it's been extended eastward. So it does now include Jefferson, Shelby, Chilton, Autauga, Lowndes, Blount, Cullman, Morgan, and Madison. So really I-65 and points west. There's no watch in effect now for the eastern side of the state. There could be one later for sure. And all the counties in green, that is a flash flood watch. And again, we have one active tornado warning. And again, that's the one we've talked about. This is for parts of eastern and southern Hale County and parts of western Perry County, down in parts of West Alabama. And again, the tornado watch in effect for the counties in yellow. So let's go back to the warning. And again, there's just one in the whole state right now, so we can focus on that. And you know the deal is if we have multiple warnings, we try and focus back and forth. The good news, the rotation has really broadened out here in the last couple of volume scans. And I would say the odds of a tornado being down right now are fairly low. And if this trend continues, the Weather Service will cancel the warning. And I want to stress they have not done that. And again, often with tornadoes like this, they're cyclic and it could ramp up again. And so you don't want to just cancel a warning and then reissue the warning a few minutes later. And that's the right thing to do. So they're going to leave this in place for a while and they'll watch the trends. And if this continues and if this really flattens out, then the warning will be canceled by the Weather Service. So we have broad rotation now, about 8 miles due south of downtown Greensboro. The core of the rotation between highways 25 and 61, just west of the community of New Bern in Hale County. And again, this broad rotation will be crossing over into Perry County. This is the county line. This is Hale County and this is Perry County. And again, the polygon basically is from Marion north and west in Perry County. This Highway 5 here, this is Highway 14 right here. And again, this could be cyclic, so we don't want anybody letting down on your tornado precautions. In a site-built house, remember, small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. We want you wearing a helmet. That's a big deal, okay? Because most people that have serious injuries in a tornado, it's blunt force trauma above the shoulder region. And that helmet really, really protects you. That's important, a bicycle helmet. If you have kids that play sports, a batting helmet, a motorcycle helmet. This is for everybody, kids and adults. And again, no cars and no mobile homes, okay? So again, there's our rotation, and again, it looks like it might be a little tighter on that last volume scan. And again, as long as you're in this polygon, you've got to respect the polygon and stay sheltered. And we don't want anybody driving along Highway 61. For Alabama Highway 25, we can give an all clear at this point. So if you need to go from Greensboro down to Faunsdale, you're good. Do not go down Highway 61 toward New Bern out of Greensboro. And again, we don't want anybody driving on Alabama Highway 14. That's the road that's located right in through here between Greensboro and Marion, and they're canceling the warning.
Yeah, I got 1246. BMX cancels tornado warning for Hale and Perry.
All right, so that's great. When I see that X, that makes me happy. John DeBlock, John is the WCM at the Weather Service, the warning coordination meteorologist. He's working the Weather Service chat today, and he's indicated what you've been seeing here. The rotations have weakened, and I think that's what we're going to see today. We're going to see, rotations that will pop up. They're going to be broad. They'll tighten up. We'll have a tornado warning, and they broaden out again. And you can see this is just really a large rain mass over here on the western side of the state. This is not a setup really for big tornadoes, but understand we could have these short-lived pesky tornadoes. And I listen, if there's one tornado in the whole state that's small and short-lived, but one, and if that sucker comes down your street, this is a big deal. So we still want you to pay attention to tornado warnings. While we don't expect the violent, long-track tornadoes we talk about sometimes maybe in the month of April, this is going to be a different kind of situation, but any tornado is dangerous, any of them. And we want you to be in a position to hear warnings. And the other thing we want to do today is ask you to help us on a day like today. A lot of people don't pay attention to weather, and that's fine. That's no fault. I mean, we're busy. I'm the Southeastern distributor, busy. And people don't, and I do weather for a living, so yes, I know. But a lot of people are busy and they don't have time to look at weather, and they might not be aware of tornado warnings today. So if tornado warning polygons are issued, and if you know anybody in a polygon that we show today or tonight, you can help us by just calling them or texting them and say, hey, turn on Taylor and James and watch what's going on, or just let them know what's going on, because that is a critical part of the process. You are a valuable part of this integrated warning team, if you will. So we're going to ask you to help us with that today. But again, having said that, at this point, you can see we have no active warnings anywhere in Alabama. The original line of storms up here in the northwestern part of the state, that's continued to weaken, and they're below severe limits. And if you're underneath one of these suckers, like if you're in Brilliant or Winfield, you're thinking, whoa, what's he saying here? But remember, severe has a very specific definition. Now, it might be severe to you if it's raining heavily and there's loud thunder, but you need winds of 58 miles per hour or 1-inch diameter hail. That's the size of a quarter. That's the official definition of a severe storm. That's what triggers the warnings. And these storms are clearly underneath those limits. And over here in West Alabama, it's just a large rain mass. And again, like I talked about, it's going to be a messy convective day. This is messy convection. And it's not going to be a setup where you've got these loners out there that have the classic hook echoes and the incredible velocity couplets and these wild radar signatures. And I don't think we're going to see that today. For tornadoes that form, I think they're going to be fairly short-lived, and they're going to be tough to see on radar, and they're sure going to be tough to show on television. We've got people in the field. In fact, Evan's out in the field now. He is out in the chaser. And even if we've got a person looking right at this thing, a tornado that's one of these smaller, short-lived tornadoes, there's a good chance you can't see it because it's all wrapped in rain. And that's the way it typically works around here. So again, what we're going to do, I think, is probably hold it on weather until 12 noon, Taylor. We'll hold it here until noon to see if anything is reissued. And we'll plan on going back to regular programming at 12 o'clock. But Taylor, I've not seen, again, any damage reports. Have you?
Nothing coming in that I've seen so far. Thus far, been very quiet on social media. It's been quiet in the Slack chat. Of course, we're in the chat with the National Weather Service. Haven't seen any reports of any damage through there yet at this time. So that's certainly good. That's promising news. That's, of course, what we want to have happen in a situation like this. But looking at the radar, we've got a lot of loud thunderstorms out there, kind of a messy convective setup. We do have, once again, the perimeters in place today to see what could be a couple different rounds of stronger storms today. That was our first tornado warning of the day in our state. Would not be surprised if at some point we might be back on the air at some point today. We're going to be here, of course, throughout the entire day into the evening hours tracking the weather for you, but we need you to be weather aware at home as well and make sure you've got a way to get those warnings in case they're needed. That being said, of course, like James was mentioning, it's loud. I mean, there's a lot of lightning over Hale County right now, some very heavy rain falling as well. I'm sure it's windy as well, but the good news at this point is that we can report to you there are no active tornado warnings across our state. We have actually no severe thunderstorm warnings either across our state, but we are just getting started on what could be a fairly long day here in the Weather Center with the possibility of those multiple rounds. And outside right now, it's warm, it's humid. We've got those parameters in place today where we could see storms turn strong or severe. We've got the instability and we've got the shear. But for the time being, for the moment, the radar trends are fairly good. I mean, like I said, it's loud and it's definitely raining heavily, but we don't have any indications that we're picking up on any current rotation in these thunderstorms. But like James has mentioned, it's going to be one of those days where we're not going to likely see those long track, clear cut tornado warnings. These could be those types of tornado warnings where you get a minute or two of preparation, and you got to head to that safe place, and they're going to spin up quickly, and they could be kind of cyclic today. So we are going to keep a close eye on all of these storms today. We'll watch these all very carefully. But for the time being, we do not have any severe warnings. Something else that we're going to have to watch carefully too is you're already seeing, first of all, this first round of heavy rain, and we're going to get some more rounds of rain. So we could see these rainfall totals start to add up. And we always want to remind you with any kind of day we're talking about heavy rain coming in multiple rounds where we could see those totals add up. Please do not drive over any kind of road covered in water. I know it's inconvenient to have to find another route. It can take you a little bit longer to get where we're trying to go, but it really could save your life. And when you're maybe driving through that water, if you get stuck, not only are you putting yourself and everybody in the car at risk, you're putting those first responders at risk that are going to have to come and try to get you out of that water. So please just be mindful of that. Find a different route. I know that it's an inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience that is certainly worth it to save your life or the life of others. So just keep that in mind today. We're going to have some rounds of rain that could start to cause some minor flooding problems. We could start to see some flooding before it's all said and done. So that's kind of another hazard on top of the severe weather threat that we're going to have to watch carefully through the day today.
And again, let me talk to our friends that live in mobile homes, manufactured housing. Wonderful, affordable housing. But you can't stay there during a tornado. And while we have kind of a lull here, we have no active warnings. Again, this is just a good time to think about it. If you are in a polygon later today, number one, where are you going? You can't stay there. Is there a community shelter nearby? If not, is there a business that's open that would allow you to come in and take shelter there, like a gas station, a fast food restaurant? And number three, do you have transportation? All of that is critical to avoid loss of life on a day like today for those that live in manufactured housing. And again, this is the kind of thing we encourage you to think about on a sunny day, not on a day like today, but since there's a little lull right now, just something to think about, okay? You've got to know where you're going, the fastest way to get there, and you've got to have transportation because you just can't stay in a manufactured home, a mobile home. I know that is a challenge, and I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, for that guy on TV, it's easy for him to say, but it's the truth. And all we're trying to do here is protect you and your family and prevent loss of life on a day like today. So that's something to think about. And the other thing, too, as we go forward, just be sure you can get the warnings. If you're watching us live right now, maybe you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube or television, whatever, that's great. But as we go back to regular programming here in 5 minutes at 12 noon, how are you going to get the warnings this afternoon and tonight? And again, I would encourage you, remember, never, ever, 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 ever rely on some outdoor warning siren to let you know a tornado is coming. If that's your way of getting a warning, you have no hope, none. Tornado sirens reach a limited number of people outdoors, and that's it. They serve a purpose, but that's it. It's not to reach people inside a house, a business, a church, a school, or any type of indoor facility like that. So be sure that on your phone you've got emergency alerts enabled. That's that loud tone out. Amber alerts, tornado warnings. Be sure that's turned on. That noise alone, apps can't generate that. Only WEA can do that, wireless emergency alerts. And the other thing is also to get our app. It does a great job, the ABC 3340 weather app. It's free for all platforms, and have that on your phone. But beyond that, your phone might stop working when there's a tornado emergency, a tornado warning. And I know that you love your phone and you get on the tweeter and the face bag and the talk and all this kind of stuff. But what do you do when the cell service goes down? Your phone is a brick. And having a weather radio in your house, that has nothing to do with a cell network. That is an independent RF network that is very reliable. So that's what we like to have as a baseline, as a weather radio in a home or a business, and then beyond that, your phone. So that's my little mini sermon on getting the warning. We do note there's a flash flood warning up here, Taylor, for parts of the Tennessee Valley. This would include parts of Lawrence, Morgan, and Limestone counties. This includes the city of Athens. Again, they've had some tremendous rains up and through here, and again, this might be more of a heavy rain type problem. That might be the higher concern. The more I look at this stuff, we're going to have multiple rounds of rain this afternoon and tonight into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. So we might have more flash flood warnings. But again, for our friends up in the Tennessee Valley, that's a flash flood warning in effect for parts of Lawrence, Morgan, and Limestone counties. That's I-65 right here, the town of Athens here. Decatur is down here. And we could see more warnings like that. These will be very efficient rain producers. The precipitable water values are very high for January. And so all of these storms are going to drop a lot of water in a short amount of time. And let's go back to our tornado watch real quick. We're kind of running out of time here because we are going to go. We don't like to. We have no warnings. We're not here to, be on TV and, making our lips flap and just talking and talking. We're going to go back to programming at noon. But again, this is the tornado watch. The counties here in yellow. And just to give you an idea, the easternmost counties in the tornado watch are Autauga, Lowndes, Chilton, Shelby, Jefferson, Blount, Cullman, Morgan, and Madison, and then counties back off to the west. Now, we should mention the northwestern corner of the state has been cleared up around the Shoals in Florence and Russellville. That initial line has moved on to the east. You might have another watch later today or tonight, but for now, with this first batch, this first wave, if you will, the risk of severe weather has ended up here in the Shoals for now. But again, the current tornado watch includes cities like Cullman, Birmingham, Clanton, Tuscaloosa, Centerville, Brent, Greensboro, Utah, Fayette, Hamilton, Vernon, York, Livingston, Selma, Demopolis, Camden, Grove Hill. The counties in green here, this is a flash flood watch for much of central and south Alabama, and that watch might be extended northward. You got the flash flood warning up here in the Tennessee Valley, but all of these showers and thunderstorms will likely be very efficient rain producers. So, and if you guys in the back could count me down to when we need to get out of this, because we're coming up on 1 minute, we'll end it at noon. So let's go back to the radar very quickly. And again, we're not going anywhere. Taylor will be here throughout the afternoon, and tonight I'll be here, and Evan's going to be out in the field, and we have reporters out in the field as well. That will be helping us as always. But let's go back to the radar one more time before we go back to regular programming. And we just got a big, massive rain on the western side of the state. Taylor, if you can give us a radar shot here on the western side, thank you. That would be rain falling mainly on the western side of the state. We've got moderate rain falling around Birmingham, heavier rain falling in West Alabama. There's some thunder and lightning. In fact, a lot of thunder here. You can see 323 lightning strikes in the past 10 minutes or so in this frame here. But we'll be watching very carefully, be very weather aware today and tonight. We'll have updates here on television about once every 30 minutes, and of course sooner if need be. And if we have a tornado warning, we'll go back on the air with continuous coverage. Thanks for watching. We'll talk soon here on ABC 3340.
We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
time on a tornado. We can't give you 40 minutes lead time. It might be 2 or 3 minutes on a tornado warning, and some of these things could touch down with no warning because by the time they get down, the warning goes out, they're gone. So just be very weather aware of what's going on here for the rest of today and tonight, after midnight tonight into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. So again, these warnings, Taylor, are scheduled to go out 12:45 and both of them, I think, 12:45. It's 12:26. And I would have, obviously, if the radar is going to look like that, they're not going to reissue these warnings. But again, I think they might leave them up for a little bit because earlier they canceled the warning and had to reissue it right back as the thing started to spin up again. So we've got just broad circulations now that's coming up into parts of Bibb County. That's going to be passing to the south of Centerville and Brent. And again, right now it's broad. It doesn't look like tornadic circulation at all. And the same thing for the southern part of this, the rotation that was near Uniontown coming up toward Marion, that's basically fizzled. I mean, these things are lasting about as long as a tick on a hot rock today. It's going to be pretty tough. Taylor, you know, some of these are easy and some are hard. This one's going to be a hard day for us.
Yeah, it's going to be just one of those where we got to watch every little thing very, very carefully. And sometimes these can be embedded within thunderstorms. So we're not getting, once again, that clear-cut line where we just have one large line and we monitor up and down that line. We've got thunderstorms developing out ahead of the line. We've got just a big mass of rain and thunder. And within that mass of rain and thunder is where we could have these circulations today. And so that does make that warning process a little bit harder. It makes finding them on the radar a little bit harder, but we have full confidence. Our National Weather Service here in Birmingham does a great job. So we have full confidence in them. And of course, we're going to be watching these all carefully. And I do want to, I know I keep taking us back to the big view, but for those who are just tuning in, there is a lot of rain and thunder right now, especially along into the west of I-65 across central Alabama. We don't have any thunderstorms at this point other than those two warnings that we're watching for parts of Perry and Bibb County. Nothing warned on at this point. So yes, we're going to be weather aware, but for the time being, the only reason that we are technically breaking into our regular scheduled programming is because of these two tornado warnings that we have ongoing for Perry and Bibb counties. And we're going to continue to watch those. And we're watching some stronger thunderstorms as well that are moving towards Selma, moving towards downtown Selma right now. No warnings on those, but those are some stronger thunderstorms as well. Demopolis, you've got some stronger thunderstorms, but no warning at this time for your location. You did have that earlier warning. These storms that we're tracking now are now to your northeast, but there's ongoing rain and thunder there as well. So I kind of just want to remind people that just because it's raining, thundering where you live might not be necessarily severe. The reason that we're here is for these two warnings, which the National Weather Service is continuing to trim down as we go through time. These two separate warning polygons here. And I'm going to turn back on the velocity. And I know we just keep saying this, but this is one of those situations where it's kind of hard to pick out the separate little circulations within here. So just basically anywhere within these, that looks to be some rotation right there. We've got some, what looks to be some rotation ongoing right there, some right there. Just kind of a messy setup here, which makes it sometimes harder for us to message where exactly that center of circulation is. But for now, if you live within this polygon, if you live along 82 in southeastern in Bibb County, you need to be in that safe place still. Brent is right on the edge of this warning polygon, but good idea, just make sure you're in that safe place. I know you're right on the edge, but as a course of least regret, go ahead, get to that safe place, Centerville as well. This looks to be moving in the general direction of Antioch. If this holds together, this little circulation here, that would eventually put it potentially into 6 Mile or Ashby. And then after that, we're talking Shelby County. So we're watching this very carefully. And something that is good here is that this is getting closer and closer to the radar. So we're getting a clearer and clearer picture of what's going on closer to the surface as this circulation moves closer to the radar site. So we get more and more confidence in what is actually happening at the surface as the system keeps moving towards the northeast into Bibb County. And for now, the National Weather Service feels like the the circulation is at least suspicious enough to maintain that tornado warning into southern Bibb County, eventually crossing over 82. And we'll keep watching this carefully, because if this does cycle, as we've seen some of these do today, there might need to be an extension of this warning into parts of extreme northwestern Chilton County and then eventually Bibb County as well.
Hey, let's take WEX 05 real quick. I want to show an image. This is coming from Marengo County E911. This is in the Spring Hill area. Spring Hill is to the east of Demopolis, not too far from Gallion, and they have a report of trees down. I don't know if that's an actual photograph, but again, you can actually see what they're posting right here on Facebook. They have responders en route, so just wanted to show that quickly. But let's go back to the radar. And again, John DeBlock at the Weather Service is indicating they had 2 reports of minor damage, mainly trees in the roadway coming from Gallion Volunteer Fire Department. Gallion, again, is east of Demopolis, where we've seen these circulations crossing through there. But again, they're going to leave the tornado warnings in effect until 12:45, and that's in for 15 minutes. And again, Taylor is highlighting broad circulation, which is right here. And this is the one that is coming up into Bibb County. And again, it's very broad. This is not your classic tornado signature here, but it's there, and it might be trying to cycle again. And that will be crossing south of Centerville and Brent. And again, obviously, everybody needs to stay sheltered. If you are in that polygon that includes the southern part of Bibb County. And again, the greatest concern here, it is for those folks that are in the southern part of Bibb County. This is for areas south of Centerville and Brent. And again, Highway 219 is this road right here. Highway 219 runs down to Selma, and that broad circulation is about to cross Highway 219 near the Perry Bibb County line. So just be aware of that. And if that thing holds together, it could wind up affecting US 82. And again, you can see Randolph here. This is Highway 139 that goes from Wilton down to Maplesville. This is US 82 that's located from Centerville, Brent, back down toward Maplesville. So again, even though it's broad, and again, this is not your classic tornado signature here. These things have been coming and going. And again, the encouragement is to stay sheltered. Let's look at the other polygon quickly. This is the one down here in Perry County. And again, there's just not much to show you here in this one. We really see no evidence of a tornado in Perry County at the moment with this southern circulation. It's basically dissipated at this point. There's still a warning, but again, as long as there's a warning, a polygon up, please respect it and please be sheltered. And again, you can see that polygon is in effect for areas south and east of Marion. And again, for the rotation that came near Heiberger, that is about to cross over into Bibb County. So let's adjust this up a little to the north and take a look at the Bibb County circulation. And again, that broad circulation is about to cross over into Bibb County. And again, this is Highway 219. Highway 219 is the road that runs from Centerville down to Selma. And again, the broad rotation is about to cross Highway 219 at the Perry-Bibb County line. And then ultimately, it's going to be crossing US 82 to the east of Centerville and Brent. And if it holds together, it might wind up in Shelby County or Chilton County. This is Shelby County. Montevallo is here. The town of Wilton is right here. And again, that's 139 that goes down to Randolph. Briarfield is right here. So if you're up in this region, just kind of watch this. But for the moment, it does not look especially impressive. And again, watching the multiple sources that we see here, we're just not seeing any strong sign of a tornado that is down. Although I'm now starting to get some reports in here. It looks like we do have some damage just outside of Marion from one of these circulations here. So what I want to do is take a look at, let's go to WEX 05 if we can. We'll take WEX 05 full screen. I'll kind of describe what we're seeing here. Again, this is the first really significant damage that I've seen. This is coming from Perry County Road 29, just outside of Marion. And again, it clearly looks like a smaller tornado did come through there based on what we're seeing here. And again, this is from Valerie Hughes, one of our viewers, and she is reporting tin ripped from roofs and wrapped around trees, a wooden porch destroyed, and goats on the loose. And again, this is on Perry County Road 29. just outside of Marion. You can see some pretty large pieces of tin out there on the road. You've got multiple trees down. And again, this is probably the first really sign of tornadic damage perhaps that we have seen. Again, there's a look at more trees down near the town of Marion. So again, all of this has happened here in the last, let's go back to this, in the last 15 to 30 minutes. So again, this is a sign. This is why we got to keep our eye on the ball here. It is not going to be a day where we can give you 30 minutes notice or 40 minutes notice on a short-lived tornado. But when they get down, this is what they do. And obviously, you need to be sheltered if this kind of stuff is happening. And again, you can see the roof damage in this home, the tin wrapped around the tree. There are trees down. And again, this is in Perry County. That's just outside of Marion on Perry County Highway 29. So that's an example of what's has been going on. And this is what these smaller tornadoes can do. And like I say, every tornado is dangerous. I don't care if it's an EF0. They're all dangerous. So let's go back to the radar. And again, it's 12:36. The warnings are scheduled to expire at 12:45. And we're kind of focusing on this northern warning here because the southern warning, there's just nothing there to show. We've got this circulation here that's on the Perry-Bibb County line. And again, that's really where Highway 219 crosses the line. This is 219 right here. And that will be crossing US 82 soon, east of Centerville. Centerville is here, Brent is here. Those cities are side by side. They're separated by the Cahaba River. And that's, the county seat of Bibb County is up here, Centerville. The courthouse is on the hill in Centerville. But this circulation is going to be passing to the south of Centerville and Brent. And again, it's going to be crossing Highway 82, possibly moving over into the far eastern part of Bibb County. And again, the polygon is as far east as Randolph along Highway 139 right here. Ashby is here, Briarfield is right up here. And you're not in the polygon, 6 Mile, Wilton, Ashby, Briarfield. You're not in this polygon at this point, but it certainly bears watching, Taylor. So again, we're starting to see evidence that these have been getting down, and they don't last long, but they've been causing some problems.
They certainly have, and like we've been talking about today, this is likely to be one of those days where we could get a couple different rounds of thunderstorms, and we could have embedded warnings within some of those different rounds. So we want you weather aware from now all the way really until early tomorrow morning. So it's important that you have ways to get those warnings. We've already got lots of heavy rain ongoing across much of central Alabama. Of course, this is the two warnings that we're watching carefully. But for those of you who are elsewhere dealing with rain and thunder, another hazard that we're going to have to talk about as well is the possibility of some flooding problems. So we could see a couple different rounds of heavy rain, and when those totals add up, that's when we start to see some of those creeks, streams get overwhelmed, especially poor drainage areas. Maybe some of those leaves that are on the ground clogging some of those drains can cause that water to easily cover roadways. And the one thing we ask of you is please just do not drive over any kind of flooded road. I know it can be really inconvenient to have to find another route, but it really could not only just save your life, but those in the car with you, those who have to come rescue you. So we could start to see some flooding problems. We're going to have to watch that carefully, especially say when we get the next couple of rounds of rain. This is just kind of the first round so far, but we are going to have to watch all of these different rounds of rain carefully. So heavy rain likely today, lots of lightning and thunder, some stronger winds, but also the reason, of course, that we're on the air, the possibility of a few tornado warnings, which is what we've got ongoing right now in central Alabama. These two separate warning polygons that we have been tracking for quite some time now, they are going to remain in effect for at least the next 5 minutes or so. We will see, of course, once we get closer to the end of when these were originally issued for, whether or not the National Weather Service decides to extend them. But look at this. Now we're getting another, what appears to be a little bit better indication of some rotation just as this is crossing over the Perry County line into southern Bibb County. Looks like, that rotation is potentially strengthening just a little bit, and that's what these have been doing today. They've been very cyclic so far, and it's not going to be one of those days where we have really clear indications of rotation. This is going to be one of those days where we're kind of playing whack-a-mole, and it does appear that the National Weather Service has decided to extend this warning for that circulation that we've been watching, because it kind of looks like it might be going through one of those periods of strengthening. And this will now include more of Bibb County and northwestern Chilton County. And this is getting closer to the radar, so we're getting better scans of what's happening closer to the surface. And with that last radar scan, seeing some indications of some tightening there, of course, makes sense that the National Weather Service is now extending this polygon to include cities like Ashby, Oakley. This now stretches into northern Chilton County, and we have Evan. He was on his way to Jemison. I need to see where exactly he is at this point, but he was on his way to Jemison, so he might be coming pretty close to intercepting this circulation. It's one of those days where it's raining heavily around it, so we're not going to really likely get a clear picture of any kind of circulation anyway, but we have him in the area, so we'll see. He's going to be tracking that from the storm chaser. But for now, we have a new tornado warning, and this is going to last through 1:30 p.m. In the cities of Ashby, Oakley, now within a polygon. We were talking about you before, but you are now officially within a polygon. That does include the city of Jemison. It includes parts of I-65 in Chilton County. So this is going to keep moving towards the northeast, crossing over 82 here pretty soon. And it's going to be very close to Antioch as it crosses over 82, and then continuing into northern and northwestern Chilton County near the city of Jemison. And, you know, heads up, we've got some time to continue to watch how this thing cycles, but if it holds together even more, even further, this could eventually end up in parts of Shelby County. So if you live in Shelby County, this is definitely one you need to be watching. It has kind of been cycling the last few radar scans, and at this point we are seeing what appears to be some clear indication of rotation here. I will zoom us down and we'll put on the correlation coefficient and see if there's anything we can see within that product, because that sometimes can really give us, for the moment we don't have anything showing up there, but that doesn't mean that in a few radar scans we don't start to see some indications there.
Let's point out, too, for our friends in Shelby County, right now no part of Shelby County is in a tornado warning. No part in a warning. The new tornado warning is for the northwestern part of Chilton. And again, let me just point out who's in and who's out. So Thorsby, you're out. You're not in the polygon. Jemison, you are in the polygon. Clanton, you are not in the polygon. This is all north of Clanton, north of Thorsby. Union Grove, Jemison, this area here just below Montevallo and Wilton, this northwestern corner of Chilton County. But this does include places like Randolph and Bibb County back over into northern Chilton County. And again, I think we've got Evan who's on the way down to Jemison, and once we get his live stream up, we'll start watching that, and we'll probably point our Skycam in Clanton northward, although I don't expect to see anything because everything today is going to be rain wrapped. But again, the circulation you see is right here, and that's prompted this warning, and that circulation is about to cross over US 82 about 8 miles east of Centerville. So again, we encourage nobody to be driving right now on US 82 between Centerville and the Chilton County line. That's a major route between Tuscaloosa and Montgomery. So again, no travel on US 82 at this point between Centerville and the county line. And again, right in through here, no travel here. And that'll be crossing next Alabama Highway 139 here, and that runs from Wilton, Ashby, Briarfield, down to Randolph. So again, if you no travel on Alabama 139, and then Highway 31 and Interstate 65 are both in the polygon. And again, what you're seeing in the double box, that's Evan Chikvera's live shot from the Storm Chaser. He is in Jemison, and Jemison is in the polygon. And again, we'll be talking with him as it approaches him, if it holds together. And he's going to be looking north up into this. And again, that's the safe place to be. Understand, if you're a storm spotter, you don't want to sit right where the storm is going. You want to be preferably the south so you can get a good look up into the backside of that thing, the right rear flank of the storm, and that's what he's doing down here. So again, let's go back full screen. We're going to check back with that with his live shot here in just a second. But if you're just joining us, we're here for tornado warnings in effect now for parts of Bibb and parts of Chilton counties in central Alabama. We have broad rotation. And again, I want to stress, at the moment, it does not look like a tornado is down, but this thing has been coming and going. It ramps up, goes away, ramps up again, goes away again. And instead of just issuing a warning every 3 minutes when it comes back, the Weather Service is kind of keeping the warnings intact, and I think that's the right thing to do. We have seen evidence of we've seen damage clearly from parts of Perry County. In fact, we can take Wexo 5 again real quick. I want to show you what this has done down in Perry County. This image just came in, and again, this is from Valerie Hughes. And the entire double-wide foundation was buckled and nearby sheds destroyed as well. And this is why we don't want folks in a manufactured home during a tornado. Fortunately, this one stayed intact, as you can see. But again, that's an example of some of the damage we have seen with this thunderstorm that is coming into Bibb County now, back into parts of Perry County. And again, you can see a lot of tree and power line damage. And I think that's the state bird, isn't it there, Taylor? Sure looks like it. It has been flying today. But again, all of these shots from Perry County near Marion, taken about 1 hour ago, and it looks like a small tornado clearly came through. You can see the tin wrapped around the tree and the roof damage at that particular home. And again, I want to stress, every single tornado is dangerous. They don't have to be EF4s and EF5s. EF0s and 1s are very dangerous as well. So back to the radar. It is 12:46, and the reason we're here, it's this one warning. The other warning for Perry has been canceled. That's gone. So there's one warning in the entire state, and quite frankly, we, at this moment, do not have a tornado signature on radar. But remember, it's been cyclic, and it could come right back. So even though we don't have a classic tornado signature on radar, there is very broad circulation crossing over 82. And let's just say that in the polygon now, Centerville and Brent, you're out of the polygon. You can go about your business. This broad rotation is clearly passing well to the south and east of Centerville and Brent. So Centerville, Brent, West Blockton, you are not in the polygon. This is for areas south and east of Centerville. But again, just as a course of least regret, I still would not want to travel on Highway 139 from Wilton down to Randolph in the next 30 minutes in case this thing cycles back up. And again, you can see evidence of a little lowering in the correlation coefficient product right here, which is a sign we possibly had a tornado down for a brief moment there. And that's a sign of debris being lofted. The radar seeing something other than a hydrometeor. It's not a raindrop. It's not a snowflake. It's not an ice pellet. It's not a hailstone. It's something different, like a tree limb or bricks, nails, something like that. Most likely it's tree debris. So again, we're indicating what could be some debris that's being lofted. Most likely that happened earlier, back when this thing tightened up, Taylor. It's been, you know, it is not going to be easy for those of us in the weather office today because of the nature of the short-lived nature of these tornadoes. And we've seen that so far, and I think that's what's going to be the situation for the rest of today and tonight into early tomorrow morning. So just be aware of that. I tell you what, is Evan on the line by chance? Can we talk with him? Evan, can you hear us by chance?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you guys.
Okay, great. Let's take Evan's shot. Just kind of tell us where you are and what you're looking at there in Chilton County.
Well, I'm right next to the Alton Cobb Gymnasium here, right next to the high school and middle school. Right behind me is Highway 31, and I've kind of stayed put. I'm pointing due west because I'm sitting in the chaser, and I'm watching the same storm you guys have been talking about for the last half hour or so. And trying to catch basically on the southern side of this in the last 5 minutes. Big uptick in lightning. That's probably been the biggest part. And then also, in addition to that, it's raining, if you can't tell by the windshield wipers going here. But really nothing severe at this point. You may have seen that lightning strike there. But we're going to try to get an idea of, even if this is cycling, what sort of strength it has in just winds as this kind of goes up and down. Coming in this general direction. But I'm just outside of downtown Jemison and here on Highway 31, and we're just waiting to see what this looks like as it comes through. But I'll be in a safe place to go north or south if it does ramp back up.
All right, thank you, Evan. And again, Evan is right at Jemison High School, home of the Panthers down in Chilton County. And but you see what he sees. You can't see anything. And again, if there's a small tornado involved, it's going to be very hard to see today. So let's go back to the radar. And again, let me just say, you're going to have to trust us today. We've learned through social science studies that often when people look at radar, they see a bucket of spilled paint. Quite frankly, I understand that. But on a day like today, with everything being totally rain-wrapped, even with a daytime event, we're going to have a really hard time showing you stuff, even if we're within a mile of a tornado, because of the nature of this we have today. So you're just going to have to trust us, we make these calls based on radar. And again, the good news right now, the circulation, this broad circulation that's kind of between US 82 and Alabama 139, it is broad. That is not a classic tornado signature right here. Still, the warning stays in effect based on the cyclic nature of these things so far today. So again, the encouragement here is that we don't want anybody driving along Alabama Highway 139 from Wilton down to Randolph. And as long as you're in the polygon here, nobody on US 31. That's Alabama 155, by the way, from Montevallo down to Jemison. But nobody on 155, US 31, Interstate 65 in northern Chilton County, north of Union Grove. Jemison here, Union Grove here. The advice is just to stay put. And I know it's so stinking frustrating when you've got some place to be, but just understand that. And again, we're still watching this lowered CC on radar right here, which might represent some debris being lofted from when that thing was down earlier. And we've watched this product. It's been an amazing product since dual polarization radar came into operational use. But often you'll see debris being lofted well after a tornado dissipates. It stays aloft. And it looks like the tornado is dissipated at this point based on the velocity signature here. But it clearly was down at some point, probably down here just a little to the southwest of US 82. So broad rotation that is far south of Highway 25. This is 6 Mile right here. Highway 25 runs from Montevallo down to Brent. So it's well south of 25. 25 is not in the polygon. The concern, it's Briarfield, Ashby down to Randolph here on Highway 139. It's just stay sheltered. And again, if you're in a site-built home, that's a small room, lowest floor near the center, no windows. I know it might not be the greatest place in the world to stay, but you need to stay there until the warning expires or until this thing is canceled. And again, if you're in a manufactured home, you can't stay there. You've got to find a shelter, and preferably part of your preparedness plan is knowing that shelter far in advance before we have days like today. But if there's no community shelter, or goodness, a gas station, a fast food restaurant, any place like that that's open, you can go in and offer shelter, that's better than a mobile home. And we want you to be there instead of in a mobile home. And the other part of the equation, it's transportation. You've got to have transportation to get to these places. And of course, the other problem on a day like today, often warnings are the lead time, it's very short, under 5 minutes maybe. And that's not a lot of time to get to a place. But it's just a challenge we all have to face and fight through on a day like this, and our job is to just keep everybody safe. So these are just some things to think about. Let's look at the Evans live shot again real quick. I just wanted to show you what it looks like in Chilton County in the polygon. This is a live shot coming from Storm Chaser 3340 at Jemison High School. The traffic you see on the left over there, that's US Highway 31, and that's Jemison High School on the right. And again, it's absolutely pouring. And if there happens to be a small tornado, you're not going to see it. You're just not. But Jemison is in the polygon. And again, you notice we got a lot of traffic out there in US 31. But if you can hear me on one of our radio station partners or listening via YouTube or Facebook or whatever, I would prefer you not to be driving out there in US 31. Even a small EF0 tornado can flip your car like a toy. And it can really create some major problems, and you don't want that to happen. So we would rather folks not be traveling on US 31, and parallel to US 31 is I-65, same kind of thing. So Taylor, looks kind of interesting on the reflectivity there.
Yeah, it's almost easier to pick out kind of that area of rotation based on looking at the reflectivity. You kind of got that little hook there showing up. With this particular thunderstorm, it looks like that main area of rotation would be just to the southeast of Antioch, and it's moving. It'll likely cross between Randolph and Oakley, just to the south of Oakley here pretty soon as it continues on that northeastward track. But a lot of heavy rain all around this, and I know we've been saying that, but it's going to be really hard to see anything with this circulation just because there's so much heavy rain in the area. I keep flipping between the reflectivity and the velocity here just to kind of get a better feel for what exactly we're looking at. Based on the velocity data, doesn't look like a super impressive circulation, but like we've been kind of just saying over and over today, this next radar scan, it could tighten back up. These have been cyclic. These have been cycling. So the best and easiest thing to do here is to make sure we just maintain that tornado warning in order to cover this storm should it start to ramp back up. And with this last radar scan, you're seeing a little bit more of that green, those indications of maybe this is where we have that rotation. It's going to be crossing right in between Oakley and Randolph, right along 139. It's about to cross over 139 here pretty soon. It's just on the north side of Antioch Road, just north of Randolph there. And then eventually it's going to be crossing, once it crosses 139, kind of the next landmark that it will be crossing over is the county line into Chilton County from Bibb County there. So, of course, we've got Evan out in the field. We've also just got a report of a new tornado watch that's going into effect.
While we're looking, while you're pulling the watch up, let's go to WEXO 5 real quick. Just wanted to show some more video of what it looks like out in the field. This is video along Interstate 65 between Jemison and Calera. This would be in the polygon, and again, that's looking back off in the direction of that rotating storm. And again, it's rain wrap. You're not going to see much, but that's just some video from a motorist that's out in that area. So I wanted to show that. So let's go back to the tornado watch, and we've got a new watch, Taylor. This is for the eastern part of the state.
Yeah, now all of central Alabama included in this. This is going to go through 8 p.m. And then also it's extended to include parts of Georgia as well. But now just the newest information is that all of us, all in central Alabama, included in a tornado watch that lasts through at least 8 p.m. We'll have to see how things evolve. We're going to get a couple different rounds today. So eventually that might need to be extended even further in time. We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, all of central Alabama included in a tornado watch that lasts through 8 p.m. And of course, the reason we're still on the air, you can see that one flashing polygon there. We have a tornado warning, the only one in the state right now that does include parts of Bibb and Chilton counties. And we're going to go back over to the radar analysis, and we are going to just kind of keep a close eye on that. There's that newest radar update. This would be the area where we kind of have some of that broad rotation. It's starting to cross over 139 just south of Oakley, and it's going to keep moving into parts of Chilton County here pretty soon. Latest radar scan looks a little bit more disorganized than just the previous one, but this is that kind of day where each radar scan is going to look different, and these are not the types of tornadoes that get down and just kind of stay down. These are the kind that maybe can lift, and we'll wait a few minutes and they can touch down again a little bit later. So that's why we continue with these, continue at least this tornado warning for about the next 32 minutes or so. This one is set to expire at 1:30. But with this latest radar scan, that would be my best guess at that broad rotation. Yeah, I mean, it's not your classic tornado signature there, but, you know, we'll have to watch carefully, of course, as it moves pretty close to Oakley. It's going to be crossing 139 pretty close to Oakley. So we'll keep watching. I haven't seen, at least in any of my platforms here, any recent mentions of any damage.
Yeah, all the damage I've seen is from back in Perry County, the images we've been showing here. And again, it's very possible we might have some other damage we just haven't seen yet. But again, if you're just joining us here, we are on the air for this one tornado warning, and this is quite frankly, not a tornado signature. We have very broad circulation that's on Highway 139 between Randolph and Briarfield here, and that's about to cross over into Chilton County. And this coming over toward US 31, I-65. But again, I stress, that's not a tornado signature. It might change on the next volume scan. It's going to be one of these days. Let's go live. I want to show Evan's live video coming from northern Chilton County. He's in this polygon. I want to show you what it looks like. It's just raining. It is a large mass of rain. You know, I know that a lot of people that watch our coverage all over the country, you know, that they're used to maybe seeing coverage from Kansas and Oklahoma in the dry storms. Where,
hey, James, I do think we're going to get another warning here in a moment.
Okay.
Near Maplesville.
Okay. That's for a second circulation. But again, you know, out in Kansas and Oklahoma, the storms are drier, and you can see things from such a great distance, and, you know, everybody gets all excited, and, you know, dude, you know, we don't do that here. Our storms are rain-wrapped. They're not pretty. They're not sexy. They don't make for great movies or great television. It's tough, and a lot of ours happen at night as well, but we have to fight through that. So, again, Taylor is circling this other area of potential rotation that's farther to the south in Chilton County, and the Weather Service is considering a warning, I think, for that. And if they do issue a warning, this will include areas farther to the south in Chilton County. Again, Clanton is right here. And again, Evan's live stream, you saw his live stream. He's up here in Jemison. And we'll see if they issue a warning for that. And again, these things are going to pop up over and over and over again today. And it is just going to be a challenge for all of us, and we'll get through it together. So this is the new tornado warning. This is for a tornado near Maplesville moving northeast at 30, and this is your new polygon. So Clanton, you are on the southern edge of this, okay? So this is for the circulation that's near Maplesville. This is Highway 191 that runs up to Jemison. And again, that's Alabama Highway 22 that runs from Maplesville back over to Clanton. And circulation they're looking at is right here along Highway 22, a little east of downtown Maplesville. And the good thing about this day is the fact that a lot of the schools are not back in session yet. Now, some are. Again, I spoke this morning at Hamilton Elementary School up in Marion County. They dismissed early. Ann West is the superintendent up there, and we decided it's just best to get them home early and not be in the buses in this kind of weather. But for most schools, they go back tomorrow. So we don't have a lot of school issues and buses running that we would normally have at this hour of the day. So again, 2 distinct tornado warnings here in Chilton County. The southern polygon, which is the newer one, is for this circulation pretty close to the school at Isabella, which is right here. There's a really nice school there in Isabella, and this will be coming out toward US 31, which is right here, maybe close to Thorsby, a little south of Thorsby, then crossing Interstate 65, which is right here. And then next up is Alabama Highway 145. Gap of the Mountain is right here. This runs up into Shelby County, up toward Wilsonville and the town of Shelby. And again, I want to stress, no part of Shelby County is in a warning here. This is all Chilton County. This is south of Shelby County. And again, this northern warning here, it just looks like it's dissipated. I mean, I'm telling you, there's nothing there right now. It could come back, and they've been coming back today. But at this point, we do not have a tornado in the northern polygon, but the Weather Service is going to leave that up for a little longer to see if it comes back. And in the southern polygon, that's a better looking circulation. And again, obviously, in a situation like this, the southern storm typically becomes the dominant storm. It steals all the inflow from the northern storm, and I think that's what's happening here. And again, that southern circulation will be crossing Highway 31, probably north of Clanton. But let's look, just for the fun of it, at that Skycam in Clanton, if we can, Taylor. This, again, don't expect to see a lot, but I just want to show you what conditions look like. So let's go to our Skycam if we can. And this is our Clanton Skycam. We'll try and get it pointed back to the west. And again, it looks like at that point, visibility is actually pretty good. That looks a little better than I thought it would. That's looking north. We're going to pan it back over to the west, and you'll see that rain shaft coming in. And we'll keep going. That's the communication tower. That's the City of Clanton Communication Tower. The church there, that's First Baptist Church. And keep moving it a little bit past the tower, and there, that's a pretty good look back to the west. You can see downtown Clanton, the Christmas tree down below that's still there. And again, if we've got anything going on, it's going to be in that direction, and most likely it's going to be passing north of downtown Clanton. I don't expect it to come right into Clanton. You saw some lightning on the horizon there. But again, that's looking into the storm that has prompted this tornado warning for the central part of Chilton County, including places like Thorsby and areas just north of Clanton. But Clanton, technically, you are on the polygon. So again, if you're in downtown Clanton or points north, you need to be sheltered. If you're south of Clanton, you're okay. This will not affect you. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we've also got Evan Chickvera in the same area. We're going to check his stream in just a second. So the northern tornado is dissipated. I've got nothing to show you here. The Weather Service will probably leave this in maybe until it expires to see if it comes back, but there's nothing there right now. And this is the one that includes Jemison up to the Shelby County line. Ooh. And we took a power hit here, and hopefully that did not affect too much of what's going on here, and maybe it did.
Looks like our weather systems, we're good here.
Right.
Skycam looks like we're good.
And again, if you see our video acting a little funny, we just took a lightning shot here, and we just stay with it, and I think we're back good here. So again, the northern polygon, at this point, nothing of concern. It's still there, and as long as you're in that polygon, you stay sheltered. I know it's frustrating when you don't see anything, but the way it's been going today, I think that's the right thing to do, is to leave that in place until it expires. When does this one expire, Taylor, the northern one? That's at 12?
I think it was 1:30.
1:30? Okay.
1:30.
And we are still on the air. Jeff just let us know, so we're good. So again, stay sheltered if you're in northern Chilton. But the greater concern, it's for the rotation near the community of Isabella. And now if you're in Maplesville, we'll give you an all clear for now. All of these rotations are east of you. So Maplesville, you do not have to do anything right now. All clear from these circulations. The concern is basically from the school at Isabella over to US 31 from downtown Clanton north up to Thorsby. And understand this new polygon here. Okay, well, they've canceled this one. That's a good thing. I love it. I love it. I love it to see that X on that map. When Taylor writes that X, it's off the board. So this one's about to go away. So we're down to one warning, and it's for the southern circulation. And quite frankly, that is not really and truly a classic tornado signature here. And we got a pretty good look at it. The radar site is right up here at the Shelby County Airport, looking right into it. Got a good low-level view. And at this point, that does not look overly impressive, but still, we want you to stay sheltered if you're in this polygon here. So again, this would include the southern part of Jemison. You know, the first polygon was Jemison North, and now it's Jemison South down toward Thorsby and Clanton. And they're also, I know, watching this circulation, which is down here. This is going to be below Billingsley. The town of Billingsley sits right up here. This is kind of between Billingsley and Prattville along US 82. This is down in Autauga County. This is in the Montgomery television market. Our friends Josh and those guys down there, they'll take care of folks. But understand, we know in this new digital world, people can watch anywhere. So, and I love Autauga County, so I'm not pawning you off on anybody, but I'm just saying, as we get into multiple tornado warnings, we have to, by nature, focus on the ones in our television market here. Autauga County is assigned to Montgomery, Chilton County is assigned to Birmingham, but we'll look at both for sure. So, one tornado warning in effect here. Let's take a look at Evan's live stream. Let's go to Evan, who is driving down US 31. And again, he's hit a little donut hole in the coverage there, but he'll come back in just a second. But I love the drive when you've got railroad tracks on the right and a main highway just like that. But Evan, if you can hear me, tell us what you got down there.
All right, James, we're going 31 south here. Just came across the intersection with County Road 71. Ellison Auto was just back to my right. We're headed slowly towards Thorsby. I'm going slow because, number one, you can't see when it starts raining hard, and number two, waiting for this next radar scan to come in. Don't want to get too far south if it does tend to ramp back up. But something you mentioned earlier, and I just want to echo this, even if there's not a tornado threat, just being out on these roads is not pleasant at all. There's a lot of water, and it's coming down quickly, and it's just a mess out here overall. So we're inching our way south. Like I said, we just passed the intersection of looks like County Road 71 with 31. I'm literally smack between Jemison and Thorsby, a little closer to Thorsby here, headed to the south. So we're keeping an eye on this one that you guys have talked about from the Clanton Skycam. And if there's something to see here, we'll bring it to you. And again, we're driving very safely, and just a lot of rain at this point, but about 8 miles away from where that last center radar scan was.
All right, and again, let me just say too, Evan, that a lot of folks are, again, I hear this over and over every time we go on television. I got a severe storm in my area and you're not talking about us. Well, remember, to be severe, you've got to have 1-inch diameter hail or 58 mile per hour winds. In fact, let's go back to the radar. Let's just show one big broad view. Taylor, we've got some small hail falling in the storms across the Birmingham Metro right now, especially where we are. And again, we are in River Chase, the TV station, which is part of Hoover. There's some small hail. It's pouring rain. There's thunder, lightning, gusty winds. But remember, that's not severe. You need quarter-sized hail or larger, or 58 mile per hour winds or greater. That's what makes a storm severe. If you warn for every time it rains like this, it'd be warning, 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 and nobody would pay attention. So we have to focus on the storms that are severe or tornado warnings, and we have one warning in the whole state right now, one, and it's this one. Birmingham, absolutely, it's pouring. Tuscaloosa got a steady rain falling in Anniston and Gadsden here. Heavier rain falling around Cullman. A lot of thunder and lightning. But again, let's focus on the tornado warning. So let's go back into Chilton County. So this is our one warning, and again, looking at, and understand, you know, what's really amazing to me, I think we take this for granted sometimes. Understand, I grew up with radar like this in my young career, where we didn't have velocity data. We didn't have the dual polarization data, where you can see debris being lofted. It's amazing how technology has changed. I think we should appreciate that more, and especially these brilliant researchers that came up with these products for us. So you can't see anything in reflectivity, so let's look at velocity. And again, this is the wind field. And again, gusty winds, absolutely. But tornado signature, not really. That's not a classic tornado signature. But again, understand as long as the polygon is in place, we encourage people to stay sheltered. That's the situation. And the polygon includes Thorsby, the northern part of Clanton, Interstate 65, Alabama Highway 145. And again, this is for areas south of Jemison, south of Union Grove. It does not include Verbena, it doesn't include Enterprise, and that's the Enterprise in Chilton County. Anybody in the southern part of Chilton County down that way, no, this does not include you. It's a fairly narrow polygon for what could be rotation. And again, it looked a little better earlier when this was issued, and that's what happens. You issue a warning and it just goes away. And it's frustrating for you and it's frustrating for us, and I know it is frustrating if you are sitting in your safe place and you've got your helmet on and you got your kids and they're cranky and your dog has got gas and everything else going on. Trust me, I understand. You're in a community shelter. Everybody's getting cranky. It's tough on all of us. And really and truly, the better circulation is that one, okay? And this is the new tornado warning polygon in effect for Autauga County. So again, let's take a look at this. A lot of people are watching us in Autauga, and we thank you for doing that. I love Autauga County. So we got a circulation here that's about halfway between Billingsley and Prattville, right on US 82, all right? And again, that's going to be coming right out toward Interstate 65 and be coming up here above Pine Level toward Marbury, Microwave Hill. We used to call it that years ago. Probably nobody knows what that is. That's the ridge up here at Marbury. And again, from north of Prattville, the Pine Level exit is right here and up to the Chilton County line. So this is a tornado warning in effect now for the northern part of Autauga County, and this does not include the city of Prattville. This is in effect until 2 o'clock. And again, we've got the possibility of a tornado along US 82 south of Billingsley. Billingsley is not in this polygon, okay? And Prattville is not in the polygon. This is for the area in between those two communities up to the Chilton County line. And again, this is going to be, this is north of Booth. And that'll be coming out here toward Interstate 65 and US 31, which is right here. So Prattville is here, Booth, Doremus Sausage, Billingsley, Jim's Pit Barbecue. Possible tornadic circulation between Booth and Billingsley, moving up toward Interstate 65. That looks a lot better. That's the best looking one on radar at this moment. Will it stay there long? Probably not. But again, the advice now is no driving along Interstate 65. Really, I would say no driving along Interstate 65 and north of Prattville all the way up to the Shelby County line. Just hang tight. Let's see how this plays out. Let's go back to our northern warning. This is the one for Chilton. And again, it just doesn't look like we have a tornado here at this point. Gusty winds, yes. Heavy rain, yes. Small hail, yes. Severe, probably not. Let's go to our Clanton Skycam if we can. And again, Taylor, you might this time want to turn it to the north. That's looking west. And let's go the other way. There we go. And keep going about right there and tilt up a little bit. We'll just kind of, that's looking to the northwest. And again, I wish I could tell you, you know, you're going to see something here, and you're probably not, but you never know. And we know that people react better when they see a visual of a tornado, of a funnel cloud, of some type of weather. You tend to respond better. And that's understandable. I need to see it before I do something. But in this state, we just can't do that a lot. But again, that's looking northwest from our downtown Clanton Skycam in Chilton County, and that spot is in the polygon from downtown Clanton north. So let's go back to the radar. And again, I'm looking for reports of damage, and I haven't seen any. Taylor, have you in Chilton so far?
No, not yet. I haven't seen anything. I've been watching our Slack channel, Twitter, Facebook, all of those, and I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we've had any recent damage from this polygon. But it does appear that it's still being trimmed away from the National Weather Service, so we'll keep a close eye on it. What could be going on is kind of that southern circulation's taken over and kind of just becoming the dominant circulation at this point.
Yeah, just got a note from Spruce McCree. Spruce heads up the Briarfield Fire Department, and he's out of town watching this. And for a lot of folks, they're still, getting back after the holiday period here. And a lot of folks have great interest, and we have people watching from all over. And again, we thank you for watching. And again, we're going to stay here as long as we have tornado warnings. So if you're watching us, we have 2 tornado warnings in the state, one for Chilton. And again, this is gusty winds, yes, but tornado signature, not really. Still, stay sheltered. Again, we can give an all clear to Isabella and Maplesville. This broad circulation is past you. It's crossing Highway 31. It'll be crossing Interstate 65 soon. Stay sheltered here, even though we don't have a strong indication of a tornado. That is a much better signature down here. This is the circulation that is now east of US 82. We can give an all clear for US 82 between Billingsley and Prattville. If you need to travel US 82 between Montgomery and Tuscaloosa, right now you're good. This circulation crossed over US 82 south of Billingsley, north of Booth, and that's coming right over toward the Pine Level exit. The Pine Level exit is right there at my fingertip where the arrow ends. And if that thing holds together, it's going to be crossing I-65. So again, the object of this game here, and this is not a game, this is decisions on a day like today are really important. And in some cases, that can determine if you're hurt or not hurt, or if you stay alive. Now, I don't mean to sound like I'm using hyperbole here, but that's the way it is with a tornado. You do not want to be in a car. It is the worst possible place to be. And again, I would not be driving on Interstate 65 north of Prattville or south of Jemison for about 15, 20 minutes. Let's get these circulations east of I-65, and then we'll give you an all clear to drive if you're trying to get from Montgomery to Birmingham or vice versa. And clearly the best circulation on radar is this one that's now east of US 82, and again, we'll give an all clear to US 82. And again, that'll be crossing I-65 near the Pine Level exit. And again, this extends up to the Chilton County line. This is US 31, Marbury's here, Verbena is right here. And again, US 31, I-65, they parallel each other. Marbury High School is right here. And that'll keep on going ultimately maybe into parts of Coosa or Elmore counties if that thing holds together. But it's interesting to note every time we have a new, really good-looking signature, it's farther south. And this is most likely blocking the one to the north. So let's go back to our northern polygon. And again, it just looks very unimpressive. Last time we saw that, and again, we've still got broad rotation. This looks like MXX.
This is. So I switched over to look at that southern, and you can kind of see the upper levels. We've got the broad circulation, but when we go to BMX,
and you go to the low levels, and it looks like that. That's coming from the Shelby County Airport radar, which is right here, and that's a really good slice into the low levels, so that the circulation is mainly aloft here. But still, respect the polygon if you're in northern Chilton County. And again, Shelby is up here. We stress there are no warnings for any part of Shelby County, and don't get mad at us if you've got thunder and lightning and there's no warning. We've had a lot people have been cranky today. Maybe they have to go back to work or something, but I got a severe storm here and you're not helping me. Well, we understand it's pouring rain and there's thunder and lightning and gusty winds, but remember, to be severe, 1-inch diameter hail or larger or 58 mile per hour winds or greater. You got to have a criteria here, and that's it. And what's happening up in the Birmingham metro does not match that criteria. It's sub-severe. It's not nice. It's not good to be out in it, but it is what it is. But again, we've just got very, very broad circulation coming down through Chilton County. And again, the polygon stays in effect, and the reason the Weather Service is doing this, but we've had multiple situations today where we've had a really good signature, it goes away, but it comes right back. And they're doing that just in case this one comes right back. So again, Taylor, I'm looking to see, really all I'm seeing now, it's more flooding than anything else. I'm seeing a lot of flooding reports.
The Clanton camera, I mean, you can at least see that leading edge on it now. The dark clouds. And
let's go to WEX 05 real quick and just show you some of the flooding video that's coming in. This is what so many places are having this. These are very, very efficient rain producers today. And it's just a mess. It's a kind of a quagmire out there, and hopefully you're in a dry place. You don't have to get out there in that. So let's go back to the radar. And again, if you're just joining us, we are here at 119. James Spann with Taylor Sorello. We're working a series of tornado warnings today. We've been here since about 11:30 this morning, and it's now 1:20. And we have the risk of severe storms for the rest of this afternoon, tonight, and after midnight tonight. And really, this is kind of the first wave, if you will. We might have a lull this evening or tonight, and then another batch will likely come in after midnight. Hopefully, with a second batch, we won't have a tornado problem. By then, the winds are more unidirectional. The atmosphere is highly sheared now. But again, in our television market, we have Chilton County, northern Chilton County, and a tornado warning polygon for a storm that is producing very, very broad rotation here. The better circulation is down to the south. Let's go down to Watauga County. And again, a lot of people are watching us there, and we'll bounce back and forth between the two. That is a much better signature here. And again, that circulation, that's coming from Maxwell Air Force Base. And that'll be approaching I-65 pretty soon. All right, so just be aware of that. And again, the Pine Level exit is right in here. This is where I-65 and US 31 kind of parallel each other. You can see Marbury High School right over here. But if you're in Marbury or any part of northern Watauga County from Pine Level north, this is all north of Prattville. Prattville is not in the polygon. You don't need to do anything if you're in Prattville. This is all north of there. But if you know anybody in this particular polygon, I would advise calling them or texting them to let them know. If they live in this broad area here between US 82 and I-65, and again, this will be coming up in the general direction of Marbury High School. So just be aware of that, and you need to be sheltered and stay sheltered, and this is the dominant circulation right now. The northern circulation is just basically fizzled over Chilton, and the Watauga circulation is much more dominant right now. And to get your bearings here, this is Interstate 65 right here, US 31, and again, there's a little stretch right here where you can almost touch US 31 from I-65. This is Elmore County, this is Coosa County, and of course, if this thing holds together, it will probably wind up in parts of southern Coosa County up here. So if you're in Rockford or Point South, just watch this. There's no warning right now. And if you're just joining us, understand we do not expect long track tornadoes today. We are expecting the short-lived tornadoes that might last for 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes and they're gone. And that's basically what we have had today. We have had some damage today. In fact, I want to show WEXO 5 real quick. I want to show some of the damage earlier today down in Perry County. This is the same thunderstorm complex that's coming through Chilton and Watauga now, and this is some of the damage. You can see the roof damage and trees down at this particular home here. You can see some tin wrapped around the tree. This happened earlier today during the noon hour near Marion in Perry County, and it sure looks like a smaller tornado came through there, and that's what these things are capable of doing, knocking down a lot of trees, producing some damage like that. And like I say, every tornado is dangerous. Let's take Evan Chickvera's live feed if we can. Evan is driving along US 31. Evan, if you can hear me, kind of give us an update of where you are and what you see. It looks like a cloud base ahead.
All right, James, hope you guys can hear me over the sound of this rain. I'm about 6 miles south of Thorsby, and with that cell that moved over, that broad rotation, I had about 45 seconds to a minute of
and that's
5-mile-an-hour winds. We're continuing to push to the south here, and you can see, I don't know if captured that on the camera, that was also a cloud-to-ground strike straight ahead. You can see the base of these clouds here. It looks pretty nasty, but honestly, the worst that I've driven through is the torrential rain. I mean, it's coming down to the point where, we've all been on a football field or been in a stadium, and you should be able to see across it, right? At times, you can see maybe 50 yards at best, and that's why, if there is storms out there, it's probably best not to be out driving like this. But I've been, following these cells as they develop further and further south, as you and Taylor have talked about. I mean, initially was up near the Jemison area, and it just slowly worked away to the south as these things redevelop and essentially cut off the to the northern cells.
All right, and again, Evan's in a place where cell coverage is a little iffy at this point. But again, if you're just joining us here, we are working 2 tornado warning polygons. We've got one for Chilton for very broad rotation here, which is now a little east of I-65. Approaching Alabama Highway 145, which is located right here. And again, we've got the other circulation, which is becoming broader with time. And again, that's the way these things are working. They look really good for a few volume scans, and then they start to get broad. But broad circulation coming up toward I-65 in northern Watauga County near Marbury here. So again, this is the Chilton County warning, and this is the Watauga County warning. And in the other box, that's our Clanton Skycam. And again, looks like a shelf cloud, Taylor. Got there?
Yeah, it looks like we got a pretty good shelf cloud, which of course we talk about and doesn't necessarily, once again, mean that this right now in this moment, you saw a really cool looking lightning strike there in the distance, a cloud to ground there. But just because we have the shelf cloud, this is different, remember, than a wall cloud. A wall cloud is what we have when we are looking at the possibility of a tornado. This right here looks to be a shelf cloud, which just means there's heavy rain on the way. This is some of that warm, humid air being sucked up into the storm. And it means some heavy rain is on the way for Clanton. Of course, you are under that tornado warning in this location. This, what we're looking at right now, would be a shelf cloud indicating some heavy rain. For the moment, I haven't seen much of a change in the radar for this system here. I've changed it back to the Birmingham radar site here. And likely you're going to get some strong winds. We've also got quite a bit of lightning and thunder, and we just saw that lightning strike from our camera view there, that cloud to ground lightning. But for now, it's hard to pick out one area within this polygon where we have any kind of really suspicious looking rotation at this point, but certainly dealing with some very strong winds, and we want you to stay in that safe place if you are within this polygon. This warning, I think, is supposed to last until 2 p.m. So we've got a little while to go on this. We will wait and see whether or not this is extended in time or not, but for the time being, it's going to continue for parts of Chilton County, including I-65. It's being trimmed down a little bit. You can see it there. So now this is a very small polygon that includes just north of Clanton up towards Union Grove, right along I-65. I-65 still included within this tornado warning polygon. And if this is extended, it could be eventually extended into Coosa County. We'll see how this goes. Right now, still not showing any kind of really impressive signs of any kind of rotation with that. Certainly right now, the more impressive circulation appears to be that circulation to the south that is impacting Autauga County now. But for now, we've got lots of heavy rain out there, and we're seeing reports of flooding across different parts of central Alabama, not even just within these polygons, from some of this heavy rain that we're seeing with this first round. Ground's becoming saturated. So as we move into the later part of the evening, we could continue to get more and more problems with some of that flooding, just because we are expecting a couple different rounds of rain as we move into the evening. But for now,
let's go back to WEX 05 for just a minute, Taylor.
Okay.
I want to show some video. This is coming from Gallion, and this is east of Demopolis. And again, this is evidence that there's been what could have been a small tornado come through there, or maybe just some straight line winds here. But again, you can see that's either from straight line winds, a rear flank downdraft, a small tornado. And there's some pretty good looking trees snapped off there. So this could very well be a small tornado. The radar looked really good at that point. This was earlier today. And again, this is in Gallion. You can see some tin that apparently came off a roof. And that was earlier today. So again, that's an example of what these things can do. A lot of folks are respecting the polygon today. Thanks a lot. Always great to see that. I can tell those folks are in Chilton County there. And we've got some hail falling, Taylor. This is some hail in the Birmingham Metro. In fact, we're getting reports now that Hoover Police, they are shutting down US 31 at the Galleria and diverting traffic through the Galleria because of flooding. So we might check that Galleria camera to see what that looks like, if we can see the flooding problems there. But again, we've got some flooding issues in the Birmingham Metro. And again, this is more video of the torrential rain that has been falling. And we've got the multiple problems of heavy rain, flooding, the possibility of these isolated, quick spin-up tornadoes. And that's what it looks like for so many people. Let's go back to Evan's live stream if we can. Again, this is Evan driving along US 31 in Chilton County. And again, you can see that he's in pretty good rain there. He's indicated that really the biggest issue he's had is coming from the heavy rain today. So let's go right back to the radar. And we're at 1:30 now. I'm James Spann with Taylor Sorello, and we're going to be here for as long as we have a tornado warning in our television market. And we technically do here for the eastern part of Chilton County for broad rotation that is now approaching the Coosa River right here. This is the Coosa. And this is Lay Lake right here. This is Columbiana, town of Shelby here. This is Lay Lake. And this is very broad circulation. I mean, it's been very broad for a while, but the Weather Service has been leaving up these polygons in case it ramps back up again. But the circulation is now well to the east of I-65, east of Alabama 145. That's the road from Clanton back up to Wilsonville. And next up, it'll be crossing the Coosa, which is the border between Chilton and Coosa counties here. But that's very broad, and I just can't see them extending that based on this signature and the fact we've not had any reports in that area down there. Taylor, what you got on the Skycam there in Hoover?
It looks like it's kind of hard to see, but I do see where we have some standing water on the road here. We have the lights from what appears to be some of the police cars there directing traffic, and I did just see someone drive through that. Which is not recommended because that's pretty deep water there. That's going to be at the bottom left of your screen on the southern side of where those cops are, or those police officers are. But we just saw someone try to drive through that, very deep water, and that's kind of something we've been reminding you about throughout our time on air today is please don't do that. Don't drive through the water. I know it's inconvenient when you have to go find another route, and it can take you a little bit of extra time. And I know we got to see.
Oh, wow.
What are we doing? What are we doing there?
Oh, boy.
That's
Bonehead
not
alert.
good.
No. Come on. All right. Turn around, don't drown. That's the end result could not be good there. And again, that's US 31 in Hoover. And Hoover police have tried to block off that area, but the water just keeps on coming. But let's go back to the radar. And again, we've got the flooding issue here in the Birmingham Metro. We have the tornado issue down to the south. And again, we have very broad circulation that's now east of Highway 145 approaching the Coosa River. That'll be coming over into northern Coosa County. This is Sylacauga here. This is Highway 231. Rockford is right here. And again, that's very, very broad. That is not really a tornado signature. But let's go down to Watauga County and look at Marbury. This is a much more interesting signature here. This is really the dominant storm. It doesn't look as good as it did 5-10 minutes ago. That's the way it's been today. This is broad, but still, there's broad circulation right in through here, approaching Highway 31 and Interstate 65, near or just north of Pine Level, between Pine Level and Marbury, right in through here. And again, that will be moving on into parts of northwestern Elmore County. The Weather Service in Birmingham will have a decision to make on that. Do you extend that over into the northwestern part of Elmore? But again, just our advice is still no driving on Interstate 65 in Watauga County between Prattville and the Chilton County line until that circulation passes. Let's work our way up. And again, want to show for those folks that are in downtown Clanton here, the risk of any tornado activity is over for you. So if you're in Clanton, Jemison, Thorsby, anybody along US 31, Interstate 65, all clear. This broad circulation is about to cross into Coosa County. So again, Clanton, Thorsby, Jemison, Union Grove, all clear. The concern is now east of Highway 145, east of Gap of the Mountain here. And again, that's going to be moving over into Coosa, and it's really broad. And whether the Weather Service extends this, it's kind of hard to say. And what we've been doing here, basically all morning, it's playing whack-a-mole here. It has been a very challenging situation with these short-lived tornadoes. And I'm afraid that's what we're going to have for the rest of today and tonight into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow. So again, watching more images coming in. I'll show here in just a second. I got some ground shots coming in from the Galleria. In fact, let's go to WEX 05 if we can. And again, this is that's the Panda Express on the right. That's the Walgreens on the left on US 31. That's just south of the River Chase Galleria. You can see the PetSmart across the way right there. But let's go back to, we got the Skycam on this flooding, Taylor, still?
Yes,
yeah,
we do.
So again, this is basically in the same area. That's the Steak and Shake there you can see. And again, just off to the left would be the Panda Express. And again, if they've got the roads closed, we advise you to certainly don't drive on them. And I would not want to be driving through that. And that's just me. Moving water is so powerful, and we have seen it over and over and over. We had a fatality here in River Chase not that long ago from a car swept away in water shallower than that. So if you come across those floodwaters, I would certainly not encourage anybody to drive in that. So let's go back to the radar here. It's 1:34, And Taylor, this warning for Chilton, it goes out at what time?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So again, it's going to be this broad circulation, and it's tightening up again. Understand it's coming and going, but that circulation is going to be out of Chilton County way before 2 o'clock. And we'll see if they make the decision to warn for northern Coosa or maybe southern Talladega. Sylacauga is here. This is US 280 and US 231 forks off down through Stewartville down toward Hanover and Rockford here. So again, this spot that could be a possible small spin-up tornado is approaching the Coosa River. And again, that'll be crossing over around the Lay Lake Dam and then moving over into northern parts of Coosa and extreme southern parts of Talladega County. Again, the end that's down here towards Sylacauga. And we'll see how the Weather Service handles that. Let's check the other circulation in Autauga really quickly, because a lot of folks obviously are trying to travel today using Interstate 65. And again, that circulation is now east of I-65, and it's again kind of between Marbury and Pine Level here. So let's give it about 5 more minutes before we can give an all clear. Once this thing crosses east of I-65, we can give an all clear for all of I-65. But I want to show the tornado watch real quick, the watches we have in place across the state. The counties here in yellow, that is a tornado watch. And this includes a pretty good chunk of north and central Alabama. The northwestern counties have been cleared up here from the watch. That would include Franklin, Lawrence, Lauderdale, and Colbert. The storms for now have passed with round 1. We have a flash flood watch for much of central Alabama. The county's in green. That extends up to the north as well. But this new latest watch is for East Alabama and parts of Georgia. This does include Atlanta. So you basically got a tornado watch in effect from Jackson to Birmingham to Atlanta, as far north as Huntsville, as far south as Montgomery. And you can see really throughout that entire watch zone, we just have 2 small polygons, and they're both right here in central Alabama near Interstate 65. That's it, which is a good thing. It's nice to see a watch with such a large, expansive watch. And really, there's 2 watches here with just these 2 warnings. So let's go back to the radar, and we'll take a look at both of them. And of course, this is the one that's farther to the south. This is the one that's in Autauga County near Pine Level and Marbury. And again, soon that's going to be east of the interstate. We give an all clear. Let's go back up to Coosa County. And Taylor, will they extend this? Have you seen any chat on that?
They are not inclined to, but I haven't seen any kind of definitive. Of course, we're waiting on these radar scans to see whether or not it's looking like it is going to ramp back up. But I haven't gotten a definitive answer yet.
Okay. So we'll find out here in a minute. And again, if this warning is not extended into Coosa, we will not have any warnings in our television market, and we'll be able to go back to programming. Is General Hospital still on our channel? Did they get really mad when you cut off General Hospital? I mean, some lady called me up it was April 8th, 1998, and she chewed me out. She was talking ugly, bad talking, wash your mouth out talk. And I said, this is the last time I'm going to answer my phone. I've not answered my phone here since 1998. So if we cut off General Hospital, we apologize, but we have to take care of life and property first.
They have decided to issue into Coosa.
Okay. I kind of had a hunch they might do that. And understand, working this warning desk is hard. It is hard on a day like today. We don't issue the warnings. That's done at the National Weather Service at the Shelby County Airport. That's where the Weather Service in Birmingham is located. And you think it's easy, you sit down in that chair and you try and have a high POD, that's probability of detection, and a low false alarm ratio, which is your goal. High POD, low FAR. It's hard. But based on that, they're going to warn for the northern part of Coosa County. So Rockford, you are not even remotely close to this, okay? We have not warned by county for a long, long time. We issue small geometric shapes like this, polygons, if you will, and that's why we say respect the polygon. If you're in it, you've got to take your tornado precautions. If you're not, watch things, but don't worry about it. And again, Rockford, you are not in the polygon. This is US 31 right here. Stewartville, you are. This is US 280 right here. And again, so this is for northern Coosa County. We've got a possible tornadic circulation crossing the river, really not too far from the Lay Lake Dam. And that'll be crossing over into the rural part of northern Coosa County. So northern Coosa County, you are under a tornado warning. And that is going to be in effect until 2:30 this afternoon. And I think it will be canceled or it'll be way out of there by then. But that's just the typical, the standard length for these warnings. At 1:39, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was near Deatsville or northwest of Millbrook, moving east at 30. I'm sorry, this is for Elmore. I take it back. I'm reading. This is for, so we have a new tornado warning for Elmore. So let's go down to the southern one here. This is our new tornado warning. We have two new warnings, this one and that one. These are an extension of the old warnings. So we have a new tornado warning in effect for the northern part of Elmore County, and that's the one I was reading here. The possible tornado near Deatsville or 9 miles northwest of Millbrook, moving east at 30. So again, this is the northern part of Elmore County. This does not include Wetumpka. Montgomery is down here. Prattville is down here. All of this is north of Prattville, north of Wetumpka. So if you are north of Wetumpka, you need to be sheltered in this polygon here. And then if you're in northern Coosa County, right here, you need to be sheltered. Interesting how these both kind of played out. We've got these northern parts of those two counties. So Taylor, looks like we'll be here for a while.
Yes, it does look like it. And then just kind of looking down the line a little bit south of here, look at all those little circulations. They're kind of trying to get their act together. So one of those days where we're going to kind of be playing whack-a-mole, but we do have that new tornado warning that includes the northern part of Coosa County. That is going to include Marble Valley, Gold Branch, Weagufka, also towards Stewartville. This will include 231, we'll have to see. This latest radar scan, as it's moving over the river, we might actually have a quick water spout there if it's moving over the river, and it looks like, you can see a little bit of a tightening there near Hidden Valley with that circulation right there, just to the west of Hidden Valley. This is going to be moving in the general direction of Hidden Valley, Marble Valley. It'll likely move north of Gold Branch, coming close to Weagufka and then Stewartville along 231 if it holds together, which it has been doing. We've had this this exact storm warned for quite some time now, and the original warning on this circulation was back into Demopolis, and then it kind of cycled down for a little while. Then we had the new warnings issued. So we've been tracking this specific circulation for quite some time, and that's just kind of going to be the way it is today with these storms kind of just cycling. But I'm going to check first the correlation coefficient here. For the moment, not seeing any indication that we have any lofted debris, but that can quickly change in these types of situations. But I do have to say, within the last scan or two, as this is starting to move over the river, that velocity certainly looks a little bit more impressive. Certainly has tightened up just a bit, where we're seeing those bright reds and those bright greens come together just to the west of Hidden Valley here, moving in the general direction of likely crossing in between Marble Valley, or just on the southern edge of Marble Valley and Gold Branch. And it's going to continue moving to the northeast about 40 miles per hour. So we'll have to watch this carefully. We've been watching this one for a while now. But it does seem like, it makes sense that the National Weather Service has decided to extend this, just because although it's been weakening here and there, it also has been kind of cycling and showing times when it could be strengthening a little bit. So we're going to be paying attention here to this correlation coefficient, watching carefully, and that could be when we just had that tightening just to the west of Hidden Valley. This could potentially be a little bit of a drop in that CC from when we had that quick scan of a tight couplet there, which could mean we did have a quick brief tornado touchdown there just to the west of Hidden Valley. So it makes sense that we had that warning extended. And if you live within this warning in northern Coosa County, you need to remain in that safe place. This now is, National Weather Service is calling this an observed tornado. With that drop in CC, that confirms to us that this tornado has touched down in recent history. So we'll have to keep watching this carefully as it moves towards the northeast.
All right, so again, it's 1:44. I'm James Spann with Taylor Cirillo. We're here in the weather office. We're working a couple of tornado warnings. The one that's in our television market, it's this one. This is the tornado warning in effect for northern Coosa County. And again, you can see that we have evidence of a tornado now that has just crossed the Coosa River from Chilton County into Coosa County. And for Chilton County, we can give you an all clear from this rotation. So again, Chilton County from this rotation, all clear. It's now exclusively an issue for northern Coosa. To get your bearings straight, the town of Sylacauga is right here. This is Weogufka right here. Stewartville is right here. The town of Unity is right here. Gold Branch is right here. This is a very sparsely populated part of northern Coosa County, which means we often are not going to get a lot of reports out of there, but still it looks like we've had some debris that's being lofted, and again the Weather Service is going to call this a confirmed tornado based on that lowering of the correlation coefficient. So again, this is near the Smith Lake Dam, and again that's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, and it's crossed over the Coosa, again, around the Lake Dam, over into northern parts of Coosa County. And again, just to get your bearings straight, Talladega Springs is right here. This is Talladega County up here. This is Coosa County right here. The largest town involved here would be Sylacauga, and you're not in the polygon. You were not in the polygon. I just wanted to make a reference to Sylacauga on the map. And then Rockford is down to the south. Rockford, you are not in the polygon. This is pretty much exclusively for the area between Sylacauga and Rockford in northern Coosa County. Weogufka, again, is located right here. Stewartville is right here. And again, we're going to keep an eye on this, and if this continues to move along, it could wind up in parts of Clay County or maybe extreme southern Talladega County soon. So if you're in places like Ashland or Lineville or Millerville, just keep an eye on this. And again, the signatures have not been overly impressive today. They come and they go, and most likely if we have a tornado down, it's going to be down for just a few minutes, and it goes right back up. It is really tough. Let's go to our live stream. Want to take a look at Evan's live shot. Evan has been coming through Chilton County, and Evan is on US 31 in Chilton. And don't know if we've got Evan's mic up where I could talk to him. Evan, if you by chance can hear me, I know that the biggest issue you've had in Chilton, it's not the tornado stuff, but the flooding problems today.
Yeah, so far down here, I hope you guys can hear me as well. I know it's spotty, but I'm back on US 31, still headed north. I've essentially gone from, I started off north of Jemison, and I've been kind of going back and forth. There's been some gusty winds at times. I have not seen any damage. That's why I was doubling back. I thought, all right, we had that broad rotation. Let's see if there's anything. And so far, no. And I'm just entering Thorsby as we speak. And the biggest thing has been the heavy rain. We had brief gusty winds, but to my estimate, and this is a big boxy vehicle, so we catch every bit of the wind if we're in it. And it felt like maybe 30, 35, and it was very brief.
And again, Evan is coming and going with the cell service there. But again, you get the idea of what he's been dealing with. And again, Evan is on US 31 in Chilton County. But again, the possible tornado is now across the river. Again,
sorry, I took us down to this.
Right, that's Elmore. That's a good looking signature right here. So again, this is for Elmore County, and again, you've got what could be a tornado down just to the west of Holtville, and again, that'll be crossing Highway 231. The main north-south road through Elmore County is 231. Goes from Rockford down to Wetumpka. And this will likely be crossing 231. We've got to cross the river first. Titus is right here. This is Lake Jordan, and again, that'll be crossing the river and then crossing Highway 231. So again, if you know anybody down here in Elmore County, call them and let them know. Let's look at the velocity real quick on this product. And again, yeah, that's a good-looking couplet. This is clearly the dominant storm of the two. We've got the storm in northern Coosa. We've got the storm in northern Elmore. This one has the better inflow, and it's got the better signature right now. And again, a very good indication of a possible tornado that is in the far northwestern part of Elmore County that has moved out of Autauga County. And again, for Autauga County and I-65, we'll give you an all clear. I know some of you have been waiting on that. I-65 all clear from Birmingham to Montgomery right now. Could there be more problems later? Yes. But for now, we have no tornado problems along Interstate 65 from Birmingham to Montgomery. So that whole length, you're good. But again, that's the Elmore. This is the Coosa. And again, that looks like it's tightened up a little bit in northern Coosa. Taylor?
Yeah, this last scan kind of looks like we're getting a little bit of a tightening there of that rotation, which was just what we saw a couple minutes ago as it was crossing over the river. And then we had that quick TDS show up in the correlation coefficient, and it looks now like we are potentially seeing another tightening of that rotation just to the south of Marble Valley. I'm going to go ahead and switch over here to the correlation coefficient and see if we are, not yet, but I would not be surprised here pretty soon if we do see another lowering of that CC with that tightening up like that. In the presentation on this, looks like we have a stronger rotation both from the Birmingham radar and from the Montgomery radar, and those are co-located. So it does look like we are having some kind of something going on here with the tightening of that circulation just in between Marble Valley and Hidden Valley. This is going to keep moving in the general direction of Stewartville towards 231. We've got a while until that happens, but you are within that tornado warning polygon, so you should be in that safe place. So now at this point, it looks like we have two fairly distinct tornado signatures ongoing in central Alabama with both of these warnings here.
Let's go back over to WEX 05 if we can really quickly. I wanted to show some more of the damage. This is along County Road 1 near Spring Hill. This is in Marengo County. This would be southeast of Demopolis. And this is from Casey Eatman. She says there's more damage, but these are all the photos I have right now. My grandfather-in-law was taken to the hospital for chest pains, and his house has a hole in the walkway wall. And again, this is some of the damage from earlier storms in Marengo County, North Marengo County, southeast of Demopolis, a little south of Gallion. And we've seen a number of photographs from that area earlier today. So again, that's a sign of what these smaller tornadoes can do, and they have been doing today. So let's go back to the radar. And again, it's 1:51. We are here, and I want to stress there are no tornado warnings in the Birmingham Metro. It is pouring. We have flooding problems, but we're focusing on the tornado danger, and in our television market, this is it right here. This is in northern Coosa County. We have the possibility of a tornado that would be in the vicinity of Marble Valley, and this is east of the Coosa, east of the Lay Lake Dam. And again, that's going to be scooting right across the northern tier of Coosa County. Weogufka has been taken out of the polygon, okay? And what the Weather Service refines the polygon is the rotation moves along, and we can get people out or in based on the motion. And again, for those of you in Weogufka, you are now out of the polygon. So that's good. Of course, Rockford has never been in it. Sylacauga, you're not in it. The concern, it's really between Hanover and Sylacauga right here. And if this continues moving in this direction, this could very well wind up in Clay County, which is right here. So again, if you're in Millerville, Ashland, Lineville, just kind of keep an eye on this, and we'll watch this together. I've seen multiple reports from some friends down in Chilton County that have good connections, and I've not seen any reports of significant damage in Chilton, which is good. I assume, Taylor, you have not either.
I have not either.
That's a good thing. And typically, if there's something going on, we're going to get that pretty quickly here. And these are just going to be challenging storms to deal with today. And again, I know we've talked, if you've been watching us for the last few hours, you've heard us say this over and over, but understand these are not going to be the type tornadoes that we can give you 30 minutes warning. These are short-lived tornadoes, and they get down and they're gone, and they produce damage and they're gone. And it's really hard warning for these things. And you know, the battle is, do you just keep warnings up for everything, or do you just kind of tell people to be looking out for what could be a tornado? Clearly, this is the right thing to do in this situation here by the Weather Service, is keep this warning in effect for northern Coosa. And again, there's broad rotation up here in Fayetteville. This is in southern Talladega County, west of Sylacauga. But again, that's very broad. There's no evidence of a tornado there. The tighter circulation is this one here. And the farther south you go, the circulation becomes more dominant here. In fact, let's look at that one down in Elmore real quick. I mean, this is clearly the dominant circulation of all the ones we've seen so far in the last, I'd say, 30 minutes or so. And again, that circulation here is going to be crossing over Highway 231 pretty soon. There's a lowered CC value here, correlation coefficient. That means it's not a hydrometeor. It's not a raindrop. It's not a hailstone. It's not a snowflake. It's not anything having anything to do with water. This is something different. And typically it involves tree limbs being lofted or leaves being lofted if it's in the season where fall and the leaves are changing. Sometimes if there's structural damage, that might be boards or bricks or glass or nails or things like that. So again, there's evidence of a little lowering here near Holtville. And again, that's going to be crossing Highway 231 between Wetumpka and the Coosa County line. So again, if you're in northern Elmore County, just be aware there's a tornado warning in effect here. This county is served by the Montgomery television market, but again, we know in this new world, anybody can watch anybody. So I just want to remind folks of this. And if you know anybody in these communities down here in the northern part of Elmore County, just let them know. Let them know you've got a problem here and a potential tornado that's about to cross Highway 231. It's crossing the river right here. This is the Coosa. This is Lake Jordan, and that'll be crossing Highway 231 soon. So folks need to be sheltered for that. Let's go back to the northern Coosa, which is in our television market. And again, this is a storm that has come across Chilton County, and it's now in northern Coosa. And again, the good news, we don't see any lowered CC values. This is the reflectivity. It's going to pour rain. There's going to be hail, thunder, lightning, and possibly a small tornado. And again, the signatures have not been the really sexy ones that you sometimes see on television, but for a brief volume scan or two, they tighten up, and there's evidence we could see a tornado down. At the moment, that does not look that impressive, but it might change in 5 minutes. And the Weather Service will probably keep this small polygon in play in effect for at least the next 10 to 15 minutes. And again, to get your bearings straight, Sylacauga here, this is US 231 here, that's 280 going down toward Opelika. This is US 231 going down toward Wetumpka. And again, that broad circulation is kind of scooting the far, far northern part of Coosa County. This is Talladega, and this is Coosa right here. Again, Taylor, any reports of damage? You're looking at a lot of sources over there.
I'm still just seeing a lot from back when we were tracking things in Perry County, some of those earlier warnings. There does look like there are tree limbs down, things like that. Also, we've got some flooding ongoing just elsewhere in central Alabama. But in terms of any kind of damage report associated with the current circulation that we are tracking, I have not seen anything. I'm going to keep looking though, because there was a point where we did see that lowering of the CC as this crossed over into Coosa County. So far, haven't seen anything coming in though recently. And with this most recent scan, this right here does not look to be any kind of impressive tornado circulation. Doesn't mean that it can't ramp back up, but for the time being, that radar trend is good with that northern circulation that we've been watching here in parts of Coosa County. Like we were saying, it does appear that southern circulation does appear to be the dominant circulation. Worth noting, we do have now a flood advisory that covers much of Jefferson County, stretching up into St. Clair County and Blount County. That is going to last through 3:45 p.m. and that is where we've had that heavy rain. We're seeing some flooding problems in Hoover. We were watching that from our Galleria Tower camera. So just know, if you have to be out and about, there could be some minor flooding problems on some of the roads, some of the usual areas where we get those problems when we have those around the heavy rain. If you do happen to drive up on a road that's covered in water, please do not try to get through that water. Turn around, find a different route, and we will keep watching that flooding potential, not just through this first round of rain, but through the rest of the afternoon, evening, and even into early tomorrow with any additional rounds of rain that could really exacerbate any kind of ongoing issues that we have right now. Once those totals start to add up, that's when we could see some creeks, streams overwhelmed. We've also got leaves on the ground still. Those can clog those drainage systems, and those can lead to some more problems. But for now, we have that one tornado warning for our television market. Another tornado warning to the south of that, north of Montgomery, that is impacting parts of Elmore County. So we have both Elmore and Coosa counties, the northern parts of those counties, under separate tornado warnings right now. And we're watching carefully for any signs of any tightening in any of that rotation. For the time being, for the Coosa County rotation, that looks like it's weakened a bit. There's some broad rotation going on just to the west of Sylacauga right now. Not warned on. We don't believe that there's a tornado in this circulation there. That's why there's not a warning, but something that bears watching. We'll keep a close eye on that one. The dominant circulation appears to be that circulation that is south of our television market in parts of Elmore County right now.
I want to show some stuff on WEXO 5, some images if we can. This is some of the video again coming in from for Perry County near Marion earlier today. You can see clearly it looks like a small tornado came through. We showed you still images of this earlier. And this is some video from Thomas Parker, who is in the area. And again, This is apparent tornado damage near the town of Marion, just north of Marion on Perry County Highway 29. And that's what these things can do, these smaller tornadoes. They can really create problems here. And again, you can see that the damage is very significant, and we don't want people driving if you're in a tornado warning polygon today. And while we do not expect the strong, violent EF4, EF5 type tornadoes, I've said it before, I'll say it again, every tornado is dangerous, and these are a threat to life, and we encourage folks to take the warning seriously today, even though we're not expecting the kind of day we've had in years past with these big, strong, violent tornadoes. So let's look at the rotation near Sylacauga. There's no formal warning at this point. And again, this is fairly broad. And again, we'll keep an eye on that. This circulation would be moving northeast up toward Sycamore. This is Highway 21 going up toward Talladega. There's no warning here. I want to make that perfectly clear. We don't issue warnings, but we do watch things like this. But there's pretty good circulation here that's be coming out around the Oak Grove, not the Oak Grove near Birmingham, the Oak Grove near Sylacauga, and passing maybe just north of downtown Sylacauga, then crossing Highway 21 up towards Sycamore. Winterboro is here. Just wanted to show that. We'll see if the Weather Service warns on that. But let's go down to Coosa. The warning we have in effect, it's the northern part of Coosa County. And again, that's really broad. I mean, that is not a tornado signature here. So at the moment, we don't have anything. It could ramp right back up. And again, it's just going to be the challenge that we've got today, these short-lived tornadoes that come and they go just like that. But when they get down, they can produce the damage like you saw a little earlier today. But the good news, we've had a lot of sources that we watch, and we've not seen any specific damage coming in from Chilton County, which is a good thing. Most of the damage we've seen so far, it's been from Marengo County around Spring Hill, which is southeast of Demopolis, and from near Marion in Perry County. And really most of the damage seems to be concentrated in those two places, the Spring Hill community near Demopolis and near Marion in Perry County. Not downtown Marion, not MMI, but just north of Marion up on Perry County Road 29. Again, the rain is the other thing. We got a lot of folks with some flooding issues here. The rain has been absolutely torrential with this. I will tell you, this system is overproducing in the rain department. Going in last night, we weren't so sure we'd have a big flooding issues here. But let's look at the big picture. Put on the reflectivity real quick, and just wanted to show that that's a lot of rain. Now, we've got this break in the rain coming into West Alabama, and really and truly, once this passes, this is basically round one. We expect multiple rounds of storms, and the question is, can the air recover from this for another round of storms late tonight, early tomorrow morning? That's iffy. The air has been absolutely raked over by this activity, and hopefully that will help to mitigate a second round, but we might have one later tonight or early tomorrow morning, so we have to stay weather aware. But if you are back in the northwestern part of the state, the risk of severe weather for this round is pretty much over. That would include places like Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Fayette, Vernon, Reform, Gordo, Carrollton, Hamilton, Winfield, Haleyville, Double Springs. So your concern for now has ended. The greatest concern, it's over here to the east. And let's look at this polygon. Looks like that is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. First one we've seen today, Taylor. So let's take a look at this one near Sylacauga, unless my eyes are deceiving me here. Little bitty severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So this does include the city of Talladega. The severe thunderstorm warning will be in effect until 2:30 this afternoon. So the Weather Service, and this might be the best course of action, is instead of the tornado warnings, go with this. And understand what they're going to say in the text of this warning. This could produce a brief tornado without warning. And that's what basically all of these things could do today. But this severe thunderstorm warning does include Sylacauga and Sycamore. So be aware that is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for far southern Talladega County. This does not include the northern end of the county. This is the far southern part, down towards Sylacauga. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here. Let's check the velocity real quick, and we've had this broad rotation here that's crossing Highway 280 near Oak Grove. And again, this is the Oak Grove near Sylacauga, not the one that's near Birmingham. And again, that broad rotation is going to come out here over Highway 21. So this could produce strong winds. Obviously, the chance of some flooding, some hail as that moves on and ultimately over here into parts of Clay County. So let's go down to Coosa. We'll take a look at kind of take them one at a time. And there's just nothing here. The Coosa County storm is just not producing a tornado at this point, which is a great thing, and we hope it stays that way. But let's go down to Elmore, and I think of the three we've got here, this might be the most dominant for sure at this moment. And you can see pretty much that tornadic circulation has crossed over Highway 31. And again, that will be moving out toward Alabama Highway 9. The town of Equality is right here. This is in Coosa County. And understand, Coosa County is in our market, and that circulation might clip the far southeastern part of Coosa County. And then you get over here and you're into Lake Martin. Alexander City is right here. So if you're around Lake Martin, just be aware that you've got a tornadic circulation that is west of you. It's broad right now, but that might come right on top of the lake. And if no tornado, it might produce some wind damage. So again, for everybody that happens to be at Lake Martin, a lot of folks are probably back from their lake house after the long holiday, New Year's holiday week. But for those that live there or those that are there now, places like Wind Creek State Park, just understand that that's a pretty rough storm headed your way. Any other reports, Taylor, from you?
A lot of heavy rain. A lot of folks are talking about the heavy rain. So yeah, that's been certainly probably the most widespread thing that we have been dealing with across Central Alabama has been the heavy rain, and it continues especially along into the west of I-65, getting kind of a break, or excuse me, along to the east of I-65. We're getting kind of a break to the west of I-65 now, and then we're monitoring all of these little thunderstorms, and you can kind of tell a difference in the structure of some of these storms. So if you're looking along into the north of I-20, just a steady, heavy rain. It's south of I-20 where we have a little bit better of that instability at this point, where you start to see those storms just look a little different. They're a little bit more squiggly looking. They have different weird shapes to them. Those are some of the storms where we're seeing that possibility of some rotation. That's where at this point that main focus for a strong to severe storm is going to be. We're watching these now crossing over 65, and we'll keep watching these carefully, but this is not the end of our severe threat. Once these warnings go away, we're not completely done. We could see more rounds a little bit later tonight of some possible strong to severe storms. So we got to watch that carefully as well. But for the time being, we are monitoring these 2 tornado warnings and 1 severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning covering southern Talladega County, including the city of Sylacauga there. That's for kind of that mesocyclone we've got going on, some broad rotation that we are keeping a close eye on. And then we've got that tornado warning polygon that does include northern Coosa County, but at this point, not really a strong indication of any kind of rotation going on there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's dropped pretty soon or allowed to expire. And then south of our television viewing market, we do have that ongoing tornado warning for northern Elmore County, and that's still continues to be the more impressive rotation there. That has broadened out a bit since we started tracking it, but at this point, still bears watching. We have some broad circulation in northern Elmore County as well, and I am getting word from the National Weather Service that Coosa tornado warning has been canceled. So that means at this moment we don't have any active tornado warnings for our television viewing market. We do have 1 severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Talladega County, and then there is a tornado warning south of our television viewing market. That would be in the Montgomery viewing market for Elmore County.
I just got a report of a tree on top of a house down in around Hopeville and Slapout. You ever been to Slapout?
I have not. It's
in Elmore County, interesting place. And I've got a great story about Millbrook. We'll tell that another day. It involved a hot dog eating contest, and you don't want to hear that story. But anyway, so we do not have any tornado warnings in effect for any part of our television market. The only tornado warning in the whole state is this one down here in northern Elmore. We should mention, though, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for southern Talladega County, and this would include the city of Sylacauga. We'll take a closer look at this, Taylor, and again, this is really the most significant storm, and understand everybody's getting just soaking rains. You're getting some hail, you're getting some strong winds, but remember, to be severe, you've got to have winds of 58 miles per hour or greater, or hail 1 inch in diameter or larger. And the Weather Service believes this storm could meet that criteria, mainly based on the wind potential. and it's coming right on through Sylacauga, and it's crossing Highway 21 up towards Sycamore and Winterboro, and that'll be moving over into Clay County, which is over here. This is Millerville, Ashland, and Lineville here. So again, if you're in Clay County, just be aware that segment of this big rain mass could produce some fairly strong winds, maybe some small hail as it moves in, but that is not a tornado warning. That is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the southern part of Talladega County. We're going to keep it here for just a little bit to be sure we don't have any additional tornado warnings that are issued for our television market. Again, the good news for the Birmingham Metro, well, maybe not good news, it's pouring rain. And there is a flood advisory in effect here for much of Jefferson, parts of Blount, St. Clair counties for this torrential rain, been flooding problems, but there's no tornado issue here. And really, once this segment passes on to the east, the risk of severe weather has faded for a while. There could be another round of this tonight, so just keep that in mind. We'll just have to wait and see. And again, many times I have seen a situation where we have a day like this and you have this going on. It just works the air over completely, and it really makes it hard for a second round to get going. And hopefully that's the case this time, but we don't know that for sure. But you still need to be weather aware, be able to hear warnings tonight and early tomorrow morning after midnight if they are needed. And once we get all of this out of here, we can review the atmosphere. We get the new balloon launches at 6 o'clock this evening to see the state of the atmosphere from top to bottom. But again, for the Birmingham Metro, I'd say the risk of any tornado activity is really ended for now. Let's look at our tornado watch. I know some counties have been cleared out of here. Tuscaloosa has been cleared out. Pickens, Fayette, Walker, Cullman, Winston, Marion, Lamar, Franklin, Lawrence, Morgan, all the counties in the Tennessee Valley are out of the tornado watch. And soon, Jefferson and Blount will be taken out. There's no need for the tornado watch to be in effect there. They'll be taken out soon. So really, from Birmingham north and west, the risk of severe weather for now has ended. The concern is now in areas south and east of Birmingham. And let's go back to our tornado warning one more time down here, and this is in northern Elmore. And the last time I looked at this, it was pretty broad. For a while, it really looked good. We had a TDS, a tornado debris signature, and that still looks pretty good. I mean, we've got evidence of what could be a tornado about to cross Alabama Highway 9. Again, this is the county line right here. This is Coosa County. This is Elmore County. And this potential tornado is approaching Alabama Highway 9, and it's going to cross near the county line, the Coosa-Elmore County line. And they might have to extend a warning into the extreme southeastern corner of Coosa County, and then it's going to cross over Lake Martin. And again, you know, there's a lot of folks that live here. They have lake property here, great interest in Lake Martin. So we'll just kind of ride this out for just a little bit and see how that plays out. But if you know anybody in northern Elmore near the town of Equality, and of course Equality is actually in Coosa County, but down into Elmore, just let them know this is a really dangerous storm. We don't see a lowering of the CC yet. We don't see the debris being lofted yet, but sometimes it takes a little while to see that. So we're going to watch this southeastern corner of Coosa, which belongs to us. And again, Lake Martin is here. Alexander City is right here to get your bearings straight. And again, the lake is right here. And again, this is US 280. Dadeville is right here. So that's a pretty dangerous storm. And again, we've had one report of a tree on a house and multiple power lines down in Elmore County in the vicinity of Slapout and Holtville earlier from this particular storm, which probably came through as a tornado. And in fact, just getting some video in here from Deatsville in Slapout. So if we can, let's hang on one second here. I'm going to load this up and we can take a look at this together. All right, let's go to WEX 05 real quick. This is going to be that storm we're watching now down in Elmore County. And again, everything's rain wrapped. I mean, we're just not going to be able to show a lot, but this is what could be back in that area behind those trees, a rain wrapped tornado. And this is from Deatsville and around Deatsville Slapout earlier this afternoon. So again, that's what's going on there. And we've had some damage, confirmed damage. So let's go back to the radar. And the Weather Service is going to have to decide what they're going to do with this. if they extend this into maybe the rest of Elmore, maybe clipping Coosa or Tallapoosa. This is Tallapoosa County right here. We're not seeing any debris at the moment being lofted here. And remember, we just don't expect a long track tornado today. We don't expect a big EF4, EF5. Having said that, there might be a strong tornado, maybe over South Alabama at some point this evening, Southeast Alabama with this lead batch. But where we are, the northern half of the state, these are going to be short-lived and very tough to deal with. Very challenging. And again, I tell you, if you're frustrated with the way the warning process is working, you'd have a warning, you don't have a warning, you sit down there in that warning seat, it's hard. It is really hard. And the guys at the Weather Service office here do an amazing job of keeping the POD high, that's probability of detection, and keeping the FAR low, the false alarm ratio. The last thing you want is false alarms, that's crying wolf. And they've really gone back to basic science in the last 12 years and done a remarkable job of doing that here. I think they lead the nation in that, quite frankly. But again, possible tornado, northern Elmore, right on Highway 9, just south of the town of Equality. And again, that'll be crossing over into Lake Martin here. And we'll see what the Weather Service does with that. Let's go back to the Sylacauga storm real quick. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for southern Talladega. There's no evidence of a tornado here. That's not a tornado signature. That's very broad rotation here. But again, we probably have some small hail, but flooding rain is part of the big deal. Right up from the quarry up to downtown Sylacauga, right up Highway 21, up toward Winterboro. It is just absolutely pouring, and so many of you have dealt with that kind of rain during the course of the day today. Had a lot of flooding issues as well, but of course we're trying to focus on the tornado threat. And again, but I think, you know, Taylor, it seems like the two trouble spots were Marengo County at Spring Hill and near Marion so far, from what we've heard
Those
here.
have been the two areas that I've seen, you know, kind of some of the things that you've been mentioning on air, where we had some problems with some trees down, things like that. I do know that they are checking on, remember we had that correlation coefficient lowering as that storm was crossing over into Coosa County. We got that quick TDS. So far, I know they're checking on that. We haven't seen any reports of any trees down or anything in that location. Something happened because we did have that lowering of the CC. I'm just not quite sure where exactly some of those trees are down. So it takes a little while for those responders to get out there and figure out what's going on with that. But haven't seen any widespread damage from this. We have seen some flooding problems. I've been watching that flooding situation on our Galleria Tower camera in Hoover, and it does look like that is improving a bit, which is good. And we'll have to just keep monitoring for that rain that continues in some of the same locations. But for now, you're kind of starting to see the road again. It looks like traffic's moving a bit more smoothly, and we don't see all of the water being thrown up from the tires of those cars. But with these next couple of rounds of rain, those kind of problems could show back up again. We do note that the circulation that we were watching in Elmore County broadened out a little bit. We had that one scan or two where it did kind of look a little bit more impressive, but it's broadened out a little bit. Still looks a little suspicious. So we'll keep an eye on that for now, and we're still waiting on a decision. The National Weather Service, of course, they're looking through all of their data, and they are going to decide whether or not to extend that warning. But for now, storms in the Birmingham Metro are fairly well behaved, with the exception of heavy rain causing some minor flooding problems. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning for a very small part of Talladega County, the southeastern corner of Talladega County near Sylacauga. Heavy rain there, strong wind there. You might be getting some hail as well. And then that one small tornado warning polygon that includes Elmore County. And we will be watching that one carefully as well. Other than that, if you live north and west of Birmingham, you are, for the most part, done with this first round. Rain is coming to an end, but don't completely let your guard down, because we will likely see another round of rain and thunder and the possibility of some strong storms a little bit later this evening. We've got rain falling in Bibb County, Shelby County, but no severe weather there now. We've also got some heavy rain falling along I-59 that stretches really all the way from Jefferson through St. Clair into Etowah County. Calhoun County, you've got some heavier rain. So for now, we've got two small polygons on the board. One is a severe thunderstorm polygon that includes parts of Talladega County, and then one tornado warning polygon for northern Elmore County. And we can take you back down into that and check on the latest radar situation there and see what the trends are with that. We are looking from the...
It's almost up on the lake now.
Yeah.
Right up on top of Lake Martin, the northern part of Lake Martin. So again, just be aware of that. If you know anybody around the lake, let them know that a pretty rough storm is headed their way. That thing, the rotation's out of the polygon, and it's fairly broad, and I don't think Birmingham's going to reissue a tornado warning at this point, but it certainly could produce some strong winds. Let's go to WEXO 5 for a minute. Just wanted to show this damage, Taylor's from Smith Lake.
Oh, wow.
So we did have some wind damage north of Birmingham with the line when it came through there. This is some wind damage to a boathouse there. This happened earlier today. I've seen some other images of some wind damage up around Smith Lake this afternoon. And again, this is some of the damage from Perry County. This was apparently a small tornado. This is just north of Marion, up Perry County Highway 29. That happened earlier today when we had multiple tornado warnings in effect for Perry County. That is not in the town of Marion. That's just north of Marion. I don't know why cats are fascinated by weather people. I just don't understand that. But again, this is some more of the damage that we have seen. Again, this is coming from Spring Hill in Marengo County. And goodness, the state birds have been flying today. Wow. And we've had some hail today on top of all that. But let's go back to the radar. And again, we're going to go back to programming here at 2:30 Central if we do not have any additional warnings. So we're going to pick up regular programming here in about 10 minutes from now. I say this all the time. We're not here to flap away our gums on television. If we don't have any tornado warnings, we want to get you back to regular programming here. But again, this is what we've got. We've got the heaviest rain east of Birmingham. If you're north and west of Birmingham, the risk of tornadoes is over for now. There could be a second round tonight, maybe late tonight. The question is, can the atmosphere support another round of severe storms after being worked over by this? We don't know that at this point. Maybe, maybe not, hopefully not. But again, just mainly heavy rain and flooding. That's the main concern here from Sand Mountain right down through Gadsden, Lincoln, Pell City, Talladega, Sylacauga, and then back into parts of southwest Alabama. And I think for Anniston, Gadsden, just heavy rain. That's the main problem. Yes, some thunder and lightning and gusty winds, but there's no evidence of any severe weather problems up through here. Again, we do have that one severe thunderstorm warning for the area just northeast of Sylacauga. The one tornado warning in effect is the one down here in Elmore County, and quite frankly, that circulation has moved out of the polygon and it's quite broad. The circulation is about to cross over Lake Martin here, and it's broad. It doesn't look like a tornado at the moment, but still, and we do not have a tornado warning in effect for Tallapoosa County or the lake. I just want to make that perfectly clear, but you're going to see some tremendous amounts of rain. There could be some small hail falling in through here, and we'll still be watching carefully counties like Cleburne, Randolph, Clay, Tallapoosa, and Chambers. This is where there could be one of these small spin-up tornadoes. We've been dealing with this stuff for the last, since 11:30 for the last 3 hours, and again, these are just challenging times. Okay, there's your new tornado warning. So let's take a look at this. This is an extension of that warning, and this is going to include Lake Martin here, and I think they were going to do that. So we do have a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Tallapoosa County. This does not include Alexander City. Alexander City, you are not in the polygon here. This does include Dadeville. It does include the northern part of Lake Martin. In fact, much of Lake Martin, around Wind Creek State Park and places like that. And this is US 280 right here, so we advise no travel along US Highway 280, but really between Alexander City and Camp Hill. And again, Dadeville, you're in the polygon. Lake Martin, you're in the polygon. Potential tornadic circulation right here. And I should mention this does include, Taylor, that southeastern tip of Coosa County.
It does, yes. So just to the east of Equality is where we have that possible rotation right now. It's moving through southeastern Coosa County. So we're going to continue to watch this system as it moves towards the northeast. And the reason that the National Weather Service is deciding to extend this is just because at times we've seen this cycling. We've seen where that tornado or the potential for tornadic circulation looks a little bit more evident, and then other times where it broadens out, but rather than try to issue a warning, cancel a warning, issue another warning, we're just going to continue to monitor this. And the best course of action is to have everybody in their safe place. So if you live in this tornado warning polygon, we want you in your safe place. This does include that extreme southeastern corner of Coosa County. This is just to the south of Fish Pond, just to the east of Equality. And it's going to be moving into Tallapoosa County here pretty soon, moving in the general direction of Dadeville. And it's right now not looking quite as impressive as it has. But that doesn't mean within a couple radar scans in a few minutes here, we couldn't see this potentially strengthen just a little bit. So we're going to continue to monitor this circulation. We are getting some updates to the tornado watch, so we can go over there as well and talk some more about that. I'm going to pull that up here. We are getting, I don't know if it's actually being reflected yet. It's going to take a minute for it to show up in our system, but what we've got some more counties being removed from this tornado watch as your severe threat comes to an end. We'll check back on this in a second once we give our system some time to load that new update. But for now, we have a new tornado warning that includes parts of Coosa County, stretching into Tallapoosa County. This center of circulation is headed in the general direction of Jackson's Gap, Dadeville. This will, if it holds together, eventually be crossing over 280 near or to the north of Dadeville in Tallapoosa County. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this, as we have been for quite some time. This has been a rotation that's really sustained itself for a while now. We've seen this cycling for really quite some time, for over an hour for sure, with this same storm here. And we will put back on that storm relative velocity, and we are looking for signs that this is showing any kind of tightening in the rotation. I'm actually going to switch our radar sites here, and we can see a little bit better picture of what's going on here from the Montgomery radar, because we are looking at a lower level within that storm. So that gives us a better idea of what necessarily is happening at the surface. So that gives us a closer look at the layers of the atmosphere where we're really concerned with that rotation being. And we've got broad rotation right now moving out of Coosa County. That is now crossing over into Tallapoosa County. So I would not be surprised if pretty soon here Coosa County is actually dropped from this warning as it starts to be trimmed away from the west towards the east. But this will likely continue on that northeastward direction. Let me check on the motion of that. It's moving fairly slowly east at 30 miles per hour. So for now, we have a new tornado warning that does include parts of Coosa, Elmore, and Tallapoosa counties for that same circulation that we've been tracking for quite some time. This was back into Elmore County. We saw this cycle a few times, and so we're just going to watch and see the behavior of this system, whether or not it decides to cycle again as it crosses from Coosa County over into Tallapoosa County. I'm going to check back on that tornado watch now and see if our system is reflecting that update. And it is. As you can see, more counties have been dropped from that tornado watch. So Birmingham removed, or excuse me, not Birmingham, Jefferson County, which does include Birmingham, removed from that watch. We've got Shelby County removed from the watch. Bibb County, Tuscaloosa, Green, Hale have all been removed from that tornado watch. Also Blount County. So those are the counties where, for the time being, your severe threat has come to an end. You're still dealing with some rain. You might hear some thunder, but for now, we're not expecting tornadoes in your location. It's where we have all the yellow counties here, and you can see that one tornado warning polygon that we've been tracking for a while. That's where we still have some of the ingredients in place to continue with the possibility of a few tornado warnings. This is going to last through 8 p.m. This might be able to be canceled before 8 p.m., but hasn't been canceled yet because we still are tracking a few storms that have that possibility. So make sure you're staying weather aware. And remember, we might have another round of this a little bit later in the evening. So it's possible that we could see some locations go under another watch a little bit later this evening. So just make sure you are remaining weather aware. not just now, but into the evening hours as well.
Let's go to WEXO 5 real quick. These are going to be some images coming in from Elmore County. Again, this is some tree damage in the vicinity of Slapout and Deatsville. And again, what the Weather Service will do, they will be sending survey teams in tomorrow to look at all of this to see what was caused by straight line winds, what was caused by maybe a small tornado. And it's obviously, we can't tell just by looking at the still images, but the storm that is over Elmore has clearly produced some damage. And we've also had some reports of some structural damage as well down there. So let's go back to the radar. Again, I know we said we're going to go back to programming at 2:30, but as long as Coosa County is under a warning, we have to stay here. And really and truly, Coosa County is about to be taken out. You can take that out, and very shortly we can take out that southeastern corner of Coosa. That tornadic circulation is about to cross over the northern part of Lake Martin. And again, that'll be coming over the lake and then coming out here toward Dadeville. Tallapoosa County, by the way, is in the Montgomery television market, not the Birmingham. It breaks our heart, but it's always been that way. But we know that a lot of people watch us there. We certainly understand that. And again, we will kind of stay with this for a while longer. I know it's coming up on 2:30 right now. We just did 2:30. But again, we have a tornadic circulation that has crossed out of the southeastern corner of Coosa into Tallapoosa County. And again, that's going to be crossing over Lake Martin here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, over the next 10 minutes or so, and then crossing over Highway 280 around Dadeville, maybe back up toward Jackson's Gap. We stress Alexander City up here is not in the polygon. You're not. You're good. This is all south of you. Is it raining? Yes. Is it weather horrible? Yes. But in terms of the tornado threat, the polygon defined here, this is where the tornado threat is. So again, if you're in the polygon or know anybody down here, help us out and call them and let them know to kind of watch the coverage or tell them what the situation is. The warning will be in effect until 3 o'clock this afternoon. And again, the Weather Service in a moment, they're going to take out Coosa because it's all east of Coosa. And it's all to the east of Elmore. So the only county involved in this basically now is Tallapoosa County. And again, circulation that has been kind of cycling. It's there, kind of broad, but it's there. That'll be crossing over Lake Martin and crossing over Highway 280, Jackson's Gap, maybe down toward Dadeville, and then moving in the direction of Chambers County over here in far east Alabama. But let's go back to the big picture. Look at reflectivity and look at the radar one more time to kind of give you an idea. And let's hold it there for just, let's go back to that watch. I want to talk about this. The Birmingham Metro, the watch is over. The watch has been canceled. Tuscaloosa, Bibb, Shelby, Jefferson, Blunt, Marshall, DeKalb, the tornado watch is over. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, so let's take a look at that. This is the latest warning, and again, this is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay County. The same storm that came over Sylacauga is going to be moving through parts of Clay County here, and again, the main concern, the possibility of strong straight line winds in through here. This is Alabama Highway 148. That's that amazing road that goes over the Talladega Mountains here from Sylacauga to Millerville. And basically the line of storm sitting on top of the ridge right now. And that will ultimately be affecting Ashland and Lineville. The two biggest communities in Clay County are right here. So just be aware that if you are in Clay County, you have the chance of some strong, maybe damaging straight line winds, possibly up to 60 miles an hour with this line as it moves on to the east. And again, Alabama Highway 9 right here, Ashland, Lineville right here, Chehaw State Park is right here to get your bearings straight. So just be aware of that. Wanted to point that out. This is not a tornado warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. And by definition, you can expect 1-inch hail. I don't think we have that going on here. I think the hail is smaller, probably really small hail. The main concern, the chance of winds that could exceed 58 miles an hour. That's the reason for that warning in effect. So the one warning we have in our television market, that is for Clay County, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect until, let's see, Taylor, what's the expiration time? 3:15, all right? So let's go back down to Lake Martin real quick, and we'll take a look at the rotation that is coming through the northern part of Lake Martin. And again, this is south of Alexander City. Again, the bridge over the Lake Martin is right here on 280, and it's still there. It's in the northern part of the polygon, and more likely this will affect Jackson's Gap instead of Dadeville. Dadeville is here, but still, forget all this malarkey. If you're in the polygon, respect it and go to a safe place. This includes Camp Hill, Dadeville, Jackson's Gap. It does not include Alexander City, but if you're in the polygon, we want you to be in a small room. hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, and no windows. No mobile homes. If you live in a mobile home, you need to be sheltered, a community shelter, or some business that's open, a gas station, a fast food restaurant that can offer shelter in a site-built structure. And you need to be in that place until the warning is canceled. And I know that is so inconvenient. I understand it. But I say this all the time. Life is a series of decisions. And goodness gracious, Taylor, look at that.
Yeah, I don't love the way that looks.
Oh, boy. That looks like a tornado warning is coming here for Clay. Wow. And this is right on top of the mountain up here. Maybe.
I haven't gotten word that they're going to warn on it yet, but based on those latest scans on there.
Yeah, so we're going to keep it here. And again, if you are in Ashland or Lineville, be aware that there could be a small tornado down to the west of you. And that's going to keep on moving to the east, and that could impact you, and a tornado warning could be issued fairly soon. And there's so many of these things. They spin up and they spin down, and I know how many times have we said whack-a-mole today? That could be the Span-Taylor drinking game of the day. How many times are they going to say whack-a-mole? But that's exactly what we're doing here. Let's see, watching more of these images coming in, and we're seeing a lot of flooding images. Got some Lake Jordan images coming in here too, which should be fairly interesting. And that, in fact, here's some damage shots coming in from Lake Jordan. This is around Holtville and Slapout. I'll show these here in just a second. In fact, let's go to WEX 05. All right, so this is Lake Jordan. This is on the Coosa. This is in Elmore County, and that's what it looked like coming through the lake a little earlier. And you can see just winds whipping through there. And again, we've got some trees down. We've had some reports of structural damage in parts of Elmore County. And again, this is near Slapout in Elmore County. And again, that's right on Lake Jordan. This is going to be some of the damage that we are seeing here around the lake. And again, you can see a pretty good sized chunk of that tree has come down on top of that house. And again, that is an example of the type damage that we have seen today. And most likely that was probably caused by a small tornado. And again, the Weather Service, you think it's hard doing it today. They've got to go identify these tiny tornado tracks that lasted for a few minutes. But with damage like that, obviously, that's very significant. And again, that's some of the damage coming in from Elmore County today. So let's go back and take a look at our Clay County storm. It is 2:36, and we're watching tightening circulation here in Clay. And you know, they might leave that severe thunderstorm warning up. And the way the warning is worded, it says it's capable of producing a tornado, a brief tornado. And that's certainly what's happening here. And again, we don't expect them to last long, but if you're in Ashland or Lineville, just be aware that we've got evidence of circulation here. This Alabama Highway 77, that's the road from Ashland back up to Talladega. That's Alabama Highway 9 coming out of Ashland right here. That's Alabama Highway 148. Millerville is right here. The old Millerville School is right there. Lineville here, Ashland here. Mellow Valley is down here in the southern part of the county. But just be aware that we have, for now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. And we'll just kind of see how this velocity couplet holds up. And if it stays in place, it might affect, of course, everybody's going to be affected by rain and storms. I mean, everybody's had to deal with this today, but we'll be watching the circulation for our friends over here in Randolph County. This is Wedowee, Woodland right here. And of course, Roanoke is down in the southern part of Randolph County. So that's our storm that is in Clay County. Let's go down to Lake Martin and take a look at that. And again, we've got another tornadic circulation potentially that is over Lake Martin. And we do have a tornado warning polygon here. And quite frankly, this one does not look as good. We'll check the radar coming out of Maxwell Air Force Base, and it is broadened out, which is great news. At the moment, really and truly, we have no tornado signature here in the Lake Martin storm. But that's what's been happening all day long. These things get down for about 5-10 minutes. They look good. They look like they're down, and then they just go away. And that's what we have in progress here. So at the moment, the tornadic signature is off the board on the storm that's down in Tallapoosa County over Lake Martin, but still remain sheltered as long as you are in that flashing red polygon. Respect the polygon. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. Looks like that's going to be for parts of Elmore and Montgomery counties. This includes the city of Montgomery. That's for that line segment coming into the city of Montgomery. And again, within that, if you've experienced that today, you know the rain is torrential, the winds are gusty, and the Weather Service believes there might be a wind gust in here, maybe up to 58 miles an hour. So that's what's happening around Montgomery. We'll go back up this way.
We now have a new tornado warning. We're waiting for that to pop on for this circulation.
Yeah, we kind of figured that was coming. So again, if you're in Clay County, we now have a tornado warning that will be issued, and there it is. This is your tornado warning polygon, the flashing red for this potential tornado that's about to get onto Highway 77 here. The tornadic circulation is about 8, 9, 10 miles west of Ashland. So Ashland, Lineville, Barfield, you are in the polygon and you need to be sheltered. The southern extent of the polygon is down here around Welborn Cabinets, which is just south of Ashland, but the cabinet manufacturing facility is in the polygon. I think the tornado more than likely stays pretty far to the north of Welborn, but Ashland is in the polygon, Lineville is in the polygon. So if you are in this northern half of Clay County, be aware that you might have a tornado that will be moving through in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. Taylor, the warning is in effect until how long?
It is in effect until 3:30.
All right, 3:30. And again, that's going to keep us here on television for a while. And we should mention that the tornado warning for Tallapoosa has been canceled. So for those of you that have concerns around Lake Martin, the warning has been canceled. So that is gone. So the only tornado warning we have in the entire state at this point is this one for Clay County. The warning is in effect again until 3:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles south of Waldo or 10 miles west of Ashland, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Let's check the CC, the correlation coefficient, to see if we have any debris being lofted at this point, and we do not. And remember, these are typically short-lived tornadoes, and oftentimes they don't get debris up to the point where you can see it on radar, even if something is down there. But in terms of travel advice, we recommend no travel along Alabama Highway 77 in Clay County between Ashland and the Talladega County line. Okay, no travel along Highway 77 from Ashland to the Talladega County line. And again, really, I would not want to be on Highway 9. Highway 9, it's the main route here connecting Ashland and Lineville, Alabama Highway 9. And then again, over here toward Barfield and Delta, same thing. I would not want to be on the highway, and we want you to be sheltered. And if you're in a mobile home, you don't want to be in a mobile home. This is when you need to be in a community shelter if there is one. And I know a lot of people don't have one, but all you need is a gas station, someplace that they will let you in, and most of them will. A fast food restaurant, something where you can get into a site-built structure and stay there until this passes. And remember, these are not long-lived tornado warnings today. These are going to be short-fused warnings, and the tornadoes are not lasting for a long time. It's not going to take an extremely long period of time. And once this passes, this round is over. And we'll wait to see if we can see a round 2 developing later tonight. So again, the call to action is to be sheltered and be in your tornado safe place if you're in northern Clay County. And again, this would include the larger cities of Ashland and Lineville. All right, so that's the situation right now. And again, this is in a fairly sparsely populated part of Clay County. If you've driven Highway 77 out toward Chandler Springs, it's a beautiful, beautiful drive, and folks do live there. That's why we're here. But it's not densely populated, and typically when a small tornado moves through a place like that, you don't get a whole lot of reports, but it could be down. So again, tornado warning in effect now for parts of Clay County in East Alabama. And Taylor, I think this is the only one in the entire state, as far as I can tell, right?
Yes, there's one down in Santa Rosa County, Florida.
Panhandle.
Yeah. If that holds together, that'll be moving back into South Alabama. But for now, in Alabama, this is the only tornado warning within the state.
Okay. Again, looking at some more of the images coming in, I'm seeing more damage around Lake Jordan, down around Slapout in Elmore County. But I want to stress that the warning for Tallapoosa has been canceled at this point. So that's the good news. The Lake Martin storm, the warning has been canceled. The rotation has become very broad and ill-defined and is basically no longer there. And I tell you what, if you guys in the back can tell somebody next door to get us restarted on Facebook Live, I think we, thank you, Eric, Dennis, thank you. I think there might be a 4-hour limit on the Facebook Lives, and I think we hit the 4-hour limit. So what they're going to do is initiate a new Facebook Live that we will share on across the other media sites. And again, just one reminder about watching us on television. You don't need internet, satellite, cable. We are free over-the-air television. It's amazing. The quality is outstanding. A cheap antenna, you can receive so many channels and so much content free. So we are free over-the-air television, but we know that a lot of folks like to watch on their phone, which is great, and we want you to watch on your phone. But we stream on the ABC 3340 YouTube channel and the ABC 3340 Facebook page. And those are, quite frankly, the easiest ways of watching us. If you have a Roku, an Apple TV, a Chromecast, one of those over-the-top type boxes, that's a really easy way of doing that. So and we're getting the Facebook Live reestablished right now for the folks that are watching on that platform. But anyway, if you are here, it is 2:45, and we were trying to go back to programming at 2:30. That didn't work because we've had these circulations that keep popping up. And the reason we're here, it is a tornado warning in effect for the northern part of Clay County. And again, to get your bearings straight here, Cragford is not in the polygon. Millerville is not in the polygon. It's well to the north of there now. Mellow Valley is not in the polygon. These southern communities in Clay County, you're not in the polygon. Basically, Ashland, Lineville north up to the Talladega line and the Cleburne County line, that's where the concern is right now. That circulation is on Highway 77 about 4 or 5 miles south of Chandler Springs. Moving to the northeast, and again, that's going to carry it near or north of these two larger towns in Clay County, Ashland and Lineville. And the circulation still looks pretty good. And again, you can see the polygon updating. The way the warning system works, the polygons update on a frequent basis to take out areas where the danger is over and to keep areas in place where there is danger. And again, you can see that the new upgraded polygon still maintains Ashland and Lineville in there. Barfield is in it. Again, this whole Highway 9 stretch. This is Alabama Highway 9 right here that runs up to Delta and Chula Finney. Highway 9 connects Ashland and Lineville. And, but again, Taylor, I got a gazillion followers on the Twitter and the Facebag, and I've not seen any damage from Clay County so far, and I would assume you have not either.
No, I do not have a gazillion followers, but I also have not seen any reports from Clay County. And
see, most of the damage I'm seeing, it's coming from around Slapout down in Elmore County. In fact, I'll show some of these images here in just a second, but the damage there certainly looks like it was caused by a tornado. And the radar signature was pretty impressive with that storm. In fact, let's look at WEXO 5 really quick, and I'll show you some of the damage. And again, this is coming in from around Slapout in Elmore County, and you can see big trees down on structures. And that's what these smaller tornadoes can do. They're typically not going to move an entire structure off a slab or off a foundation. They don't have the winds or the energy to do that, but they are going to blow down big trees onto those structures just like that. And that's a great example of what we've been fighting today. And again, that's down in Elmore County. This is near the community of Slapout, around Lake Jordan down there. And again, this happened earlier this afternoon. You can see more tree damage in Elmore County, and very high possibility that was caused by a small tornado based on the radar signature and the debris signature we saw being lofted. So let's go back to the radar. And we are here for Clay County. It is now 2:48. James Spann with Taylor Sorello, and we've got a possible tornado that's located about 6 miles west of downtown Ashland. Everybody in Ashland, Lineville should be sheltered. If you have an Ashland or Lineville mailing address, you should be sheltered. Again, the southern extent of the polygon is down here around Welborn Cabinets. The northern extent is up here in the far northern end of the county. Again, we'll watch this. The way we've had this going on today, these tornado signatures have lasted for maybe 5-10 minutes at the most, and they go away. Sometimes they recycle, they come right back. but they've been going away, and it's been a challenging day for all of us. And we have days like this. This is common here. And let me just say another thing. I've had a lot of people say, I remember when we didn't have tornadoes in January. We've always had tornadoes in January. Goodness gracious. I'll never forget January 10th of 1975. I was in college, and we had a horrible tornado in Pell City. And ham radio was my hobby then, still is today. And we helped with that for a long time, and that's just one. I could give you so many examples of January tornadoes. This is why we say Alabama's tornado season is when? November through May. This is when they happen, so this is not odd for this to happen this time of the year. So again, we're watching this. Let's go back to the big view, Taylor, and just show the reflectivity. Want to give everybody a big picture here for just a second. The rain is about to stop in downtown Birmingham, and you can be thankful for that. We've got a few showers that are forming back behind this main batch here, but in terms of the severe weather threat, the severe weather threat is over for Birmingham and points north and west. The main concern, it's heavy rain. And again, you can see the one tornado warning we have. This is for Clay. If you're in Anniston, Gadsden, the weather's horrible. Pouring rain, gusty winds. You might have some small hail. But the storms here are clearly under severe limits. Heavy rain is the main concern. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning down south, parts of Montgomery and Elmore counties. But let's look at the tornado watch real quick, and you can see a lot of counties have been cleared out of this tornado watch. And the watch has been cleared for Jefferson, Shelby, Bibb, Greene, Hale, Sumter, Blount, DeKalb, and counties north and west. And as the line continues to progress on to the east, the other counties will be cleared out fairly soon. And in terms of warnings, we've got that one tornado warning in the Panhandle, a severe thunderstorm warning in southwest Alabama, parts of Monroe, Wilcox, and Clark counties, the warning for parts of Montgomery and Elmore counties. But again, that's the reason we're here. It's that tornado warning for northern Clay. So let's go back in and take a look at that as we all watch the reports come in together here. This is the storm that has prompted the warning. And it's going to be hard to see much in the reflectivity, so we look at the velocity. And again, the circulation has become broad, which is the way it's worked. We get a couple of volume scans, and it looks really good. But now the rotation is broader, and if that continues, hopefully it's just gone away, and the warning can be canceled. But we don't know that. We've seen situations where it becomes broad, then it tightens up again, tighter than a Tix fanny, just like that. And so we got to keep an eye on that. And the Weather Service will keep this warning certainly in place for a while. There's no need to change anything at this point. But I'd say the greatest probability of a tornado is going to be just north of Ashland, just north of Lineville, north of Alabama Highway 9. And again, this is Highway 9. Barfield is here. Delta is here. And of course, obviously, if you're in the northern part of Randolph County, you'll watch this with great interest. And that Wedowee is here. This is US 431 right here. And again, you can see that we've got Wedowee Road connecting. That's 48 going back over to Lineville. Possible tornadic circulation right here. And this is all in East Alabama. This is about 45, 50 miles southeast of downtown Birmingham. For Birmingham, the risk of severe weather has ended. Seeing a lot more hail reports the last hour or so from the core part of this, and that we've had some hail almost up to 1 inch in diameter. So some of the hail has been fairly sizable. Most of it's been smaller. Had a lot of flooding issues during the core of the heaviest rain. And again, that is just pouring here, absolutely pouring. And there could be some flooding, probably some hail down here south of Millerville, down in the southern part of the county, down toward Mellow Valley. But again, that really heavy rain is about to come into Ashland, Lineville, but we don't issue warnings for rain. You're not going to melt when it rains. We issue warnings for dangerous weather, things like tornadoes. So again, let's go back to velocity. And I will say the number of lightning strikes has really decreased. We're down to 5 strikes in this zone here in the past 10 minutes. The lightning output seems to be kind of falling apart, and the circulation continues to broaden out here. And hopefully, within the next 15 minutes, if this continues, we can have this warning canceled and we kind of go about our business. And again, I also want to say for those asking about Lake Martin, that warning was canceled about 15 minutes ago. So there's no tornado warning for Lake Martin. That was canceled, and this is the only active warning we have in the state at this point. So again, it's 2:53, and one of the big questions we have to resolve, and of course, in the middle of tornado coverage, it's hard to do a lot of analytical thinking. All of my little CPU cycles are focused on the current situation, but one of the questions we're going to look at here in the next few hours, can this atmosphere, after being raked over the coals by this, can it sustain another strong to severe storm event later tonight or early in the morning? Can it recover? We don't know that yet. It's possible. We'll just have to wait and see. I've seen many of these cold season events like this where after something like this, no, it can't support more severe weather. And we hope that's the case, but I can't promise that. There's no promises at all in the weather business anyway, but hopefully that will be the case. So we've got a area of rotation passing near or just north of Ashland, approaching Lineville. And again, if you're in the Polygon, you've got to stay sheltered here. Ashland, Lineville, Barfield. We want you in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, in a site-built home. I want you wearing a helmet, okay? A bicycle helmet is great. A motorcycle helmet, a football helmet. And this is not just for kids, this is for adults. Most people that are seriously injured or people that lose their life in tornadoes, it's blunt force trauma above the shoulder region. And by putting on a simple, cheap bicycle helmet, that really mitigates your chance of being seriously injured in a tornado. It's really not that hard. New tornado warning. Taylor, what you got? Ooh, that's a nasty looking signature there.
Yeah, we do have a new tornado warning that includes Bullock and Macon counties until 3:45. Of course, that's south of I-85. This is not necessarily in our television market, but we just wanted to let you know that there is another warning, and this radar signature is looking a little bit stronger here, a little bit messy from that Montgomery radar at those lower level scans, but definitely, certainly something going on there that the National Weather Service is deciding requires a warning. And that's going to be south of I-85. But we'll go back to our tornado warning in Clay County that we've been watching carefully. And truthfully, with the last radar scans on this, very broad rotation. Understandably, this warning has been continued for a little while just to monitor the trends on this. We've seen a couple different instances today where these have cycled, where they've gotten weaker, then they've gotten stronger again. For the time being, this isn't a very clear-cut indication that we have any kind of tornado on the ground, but these have at times looked very broad and then kind of quickly tightened back up in some of the next radar scans. Very least, we've got some strong winds going on with this. This is moving just north of Ashland now, and we'll be headed in the general direction of Barfield, Lineville here pretty soon. This is in northern Clay County. We will see whether or not this is going to be allowed to continue through 3:30. We'll likely be getting some word from the National Weather Service on that here fairly soon. A lot of different things going on with the tornado watch. So it looks like the tornado watch has been canceled for some counties and then issued to cover more counties south of our television viewing market. So to include some of the Dothan television market and the Montgomery television market. But this is being trimmed away from northwest to southeast. And at this point, we have 2 tornado warning polygons in the state of Alabama. One that is in northern Clay County, and then one that is in Macon and Bullock County, just south of I-85. So we will take you back to the radar here and just really closely watching to see whether or not we see any kind of structural changes in this area of rotation here. Certainly, at the very least, as I mentioned, heavy rain. We've got some stronger wind with this. We could actually have a little bit of hail ongoing just south of this tornado warning polygon. And much of Clay County included in a severe thunderstorm warning. It's the northern half of Clay County where we have that tornado warning, but likely having some small hail moving through Millerville. That's on its way towards Bluff Springs here pretty soon. But this northern part of the storm is where at times we've seen some transient rotation, and we continue to monitor for that. But right now doesn't look very apparent in that radar imagery. So we'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do here. I'll give us a big picture here looking at the reflectivity. And we've got the heaviest rain south and east of Birmingham. And we do have just quite a bit of moderate rain along to the east of I-65 with a few isolated showers redeveloping west of I-65. Now we've got another round of rain about to move into Tuscaloosa, downtown Tuscaloosa. Nothing severe, just another shower. And we've got some showers over parts of Lamar County, stretching into Fayette County, southeastern Marion County. A few more showers that are moving along I-20 through Greene County, and then another area of rain moving over Demopolis. But in terms of the severe threat, it's easy to tell where those stronger storms are, where that atmosphere is just a bit more unstable. That's going to be for locations south and east of Birmingham along the I-85 corridor, likely dealing with some hail through much of Tallapoosa County, stretching down into Elmore County. Some heavy rain near Selma, moving towards Prattville. But the reason we are still on the air right now is because we still have a tornado warning that includes parts of Clay County, and that is just really the northern half of Clay County, moving through locations just north of Ashland is where we have this very, very broad rotation. And we just got word from the National Weather Service that that has been canceled, so we can X that one out.
So the Clay County warning is gone.
It is gone.
Okay, well, good. Let's take WEX 05 real quick. This might be some of the best video, perhaps. You know what? That's my fault, Dennis. I'm so sorry. Let's do it now. All right. And again, this might be the best potential tornado video of the day. This is coming from Holtville in Elmore County. And there's been a pretty good bit of damage in Elmore County from this storm. I can't verify that is a tornado, but it certainly looks like one. This was taken from Tyler Anderson earlier today in Elmore County. And again, all of these have been rain wrapped today. It's just almost impossible to see. This is not a good place for the chasers that like to get the great videos and all of that. Our storms are different here. They're wrapped in rain. They often happen at night. They're not the prettiest in the world. They're not the sexiest in the world in terms of the way they look, but they're deadly. And that's even the small tornadoes are quite deadly. So let's go back to the radar. So now it's 3 o'clock, and let's review the current warnings we have. So let's go back down to Clay and Tallapoosa and Chambers and show these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect here. And I want to point out that we have no warnings north of Clay County. If you're in Anniston, Gadsden, yes, the weather is horrible. Pouring rain, it's windy, thunder, lightning, but none of that makes a storm severe. You got to have damaging wind or large hail or both. So we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for a pretty decent chunk of Clay County for the line segment coming through Ashland and Lineville down toward Mellow Valley. And that'll be moving into Randolph County soon. There could be strong winds with that, so keep that in mind. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the southeastern part of Tallapoosa County and much of Chambers County for the line segment that's just come out of Lake Martin. Now, earlier that did produce pretty good rotation, and for a while we had a tornado warning in effect. But again, we have no tornado warnings in effect for any part of east central Alabama. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for Clay County and a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for southeastern Tallapoosa and a pretty good chunk of Chambers County. Let's go down to the south and take a look at what's happening down here. This is our one tornado warning in effect, and this is for parts of Bullock and Macon counties south of Interstate 85. Interstate 85 is right here. And again, this, it doesn't look that healthy at this point in terms of producing a tornado. I'm sure it did when the warning was issued, but Macon and Bullock counties are assigned to the Montgomery television market, not ours, and that is something that they will be handling. So let's look at our big picture again here. And again, we're going to try and get back to regular programming and do kind of a reset here. We will be back for our newscast at 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's in 1 hour. Now, we'll come back sooner if we need to do that. But this round one is rapidly winding down. And again, we've still got, and understand, I'm watching this heavy rain here, but heavy rain is not make a storm severe. It is pouring. I mean pouring in Anniston, in Sacs, in Weaver, in Oxford, down to Chehaw State Park, thunder, lightning, the whole package. Just a steady soaking rain falling in Gadsden. But in terms of warnings, they begin down here in Clay County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a pretty good chunk of Clay County as that line comes through Ashland and Lineville. It could produce some strong straight line winds. And we've got the same thing for parts of Tallapoosa and Chambers counties in East Alabama. And all of this will be out of the state relatively soon. And at least for the next several hours, things should be relatively quiet as the air has been just totally worked over by this batch of storms. And the question is, can the atmosphere recharge for another round later tonight or during the pre-dawn hours tomorrow? And that's something we'll take a look at. We'll take a look at the mesoscale convection allowing models to see how they handle that after this stuff. It's possible, but again, we'll have a little bit of time to look at it. By the time we come back at 4 o'clock, we'll have a much better idea of what we can expect for the next 12 hours or so. But again, let's look at our tornado watch, and I want to stress that the watch has been canceled for a lot of folks. The watch has been canceled for Jefferson, Shelby, Blount, DeKalb, Bibb, Tuscaloosa, Greene, Hale, Sumter, Pickens, Fayette, Lamar, Marion, Winston, Cullman, and counties north up all across the Tennessee Valley. The risk of severe weather with round 1 has ended, and you can see we still have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, parts of Clay, Tallapoosa, Chambers, Elmore, and southwest Alabama, parts of Butler, Monroe, Wilcox County, and that one tornado warning, it's in effect for a small part of Bullock County and mainly southern Macon County. And again, that's in the Montgomery television market. So we have no active tornado warnings for any part of our television market. But I want to go back to Clay one more time. There's no tornado warnings here. Let's go back one more time and I'll show you what we have going on here. You can see we've got this, it is just pouring rain here, just absolutely pouring. And again, Ashland is here, Lineville is here. That's Alabama Highway 9 right here. Ashland, Lineville, down to Mellow Valley, it is just coming down. There's probably some hail falling where you see the shades of purple on this map. And let's look at the velocity one more time to be sure this thing's not going to come back. No, this is very broad rotation aloft that is coming over both of these cities, Ashland and Lineville. And Taylor, you've heard of any damage out of there? I have not.
No. Seeing from emergency managers, though, that hard to see, of course, any kind of clouds because of the heavy rain, but nothing notable near the Ashland airport as that what we were tracking in terms of that rotation passed through. So no indication of any kind of suspicious rotation or anything like that on the ground.
All right. That's a good deal. And again, all of the damage I'm seeing now, it's mainly from Elmore County. And again, that seems to be the most significant damage of the day around Holtville and Slapout. We had damage earlier today in Marengo County near Spring Hill. That's southeast of Demopolis. And we had damage just north of Marion. That's in Perry County from apparent small tornadoes. But I've heard of no other damage in our television market related to tornadoes. There was some damage around Smith Lake to some boat docks we saw here. But so far, it's been just mostly a lot of really heavy rain for our end of the state at this point. But the event is far from over. So, again, one more time before we go back to programming, let's take a look at Clay and Tallapoosa and Chambers. And again, severe thunderstorm warnings. And I want to stress, we have no tornado warnings, zero, none for our end of the state. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Clay County. And again, if you're in Lineville, Mellow Valley, Craigford, that'll be coming through there in the next 15 minutes. You can expect tremendous amounts of rain, maybe some flooding, strong gusty winds. No evidence of a tornado. That'll be moving into Randolph County, and the same thing. The Weather Service might post a severe thunderstorm warning for you if you're in Wedowee or Roanoke, around Lake Wedowee. Same thing. Strong winds, tremendous amounts of rain, maybe some flooding, maybe some small hail. Same thing happening in parts of eastern Tallapoosa and Chambers counties in East Alabama. And all of this will be in Georgia fairly soon, and we're going to have a nice lull in the activity here for several hours. And during the next several hours, we can see if the atmosphere can recharge. One of the most important things we'll see, it's the balloon launch at 6 o'clock. That's when the Weather Service launches the upper air sounding, the radio sondes, and we get the data back, and we'll see what the atmosphere looks like from the surface up to 15, 18 miles, and that will tell us a story as well. And those are launched from Weather Service offices all across the country, and then we'll have a better idea if the atmosphere can sustain something later tonight or early in the morning. We'll just have to wait and see. I'd say it's a conditional threat at this point, but we've certainly had a fairly rough ride today. But the good news, we have heard of no injuries from any of the storms in our state so far, and that's our goal, no injuries. And so far, so good. But again, just one more before we go back to programming. If you're in the eastern part of Clay and Randolph, Chambers, the eastern part of Tallapoosa counties in advance of this line, expect strong winds, maybe some hail, Chance of some flooding. Could there be a spin-up tornado? Yes. They have not lasted long today. These have been very short-lived tornadoes, but there could be, so we'll watch these very carefully. But Randolph County is served by the Atlanta television market. Tallapoosa and Chambers served by the Montgomery television market. Clay belongs to us, but there's no tornado warning here. So again, with that being the case, here at 3:08, we're going to go back to regular programming. We will see you in about 50 minutes at 4 o'clock on ABC 3340 News at that point. Sooner if need be. James Spann, Taylor Sorello, Evan Chick-Vera. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at 4 o'clock.